the general knowledge round, and I don't know why my general knowledge round are always so aggressively difficult, because I just find all these like really fun facts. I'm like, well, I have to get this in the quiz somewhere. And I had said from the start, like loads, everyone was like, and how do you feel about us cheating, Hannah? Because there's like people in the comments and we're like, how do you feel about us? I'm like, that's fine, guys. use it. That's cool. So
they were very specific.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. Hi.
We got loads of people this morning.
So many people.
Okay, so I am intending to start and finish the Final 6. It's too black. The Divines.
Much like
Ethan.
Oh, okay. When you texted me that yesterday, I thought you typoed the Diviners.
No.
The Diviners.
No. So I do need to read the Diviners because I haven't yet, but this is like the Dark Academia that keeps being compared to the Furies, and I keep telling people about it because I'm very excited to read it, but then I haven't actually read it. So I'm like, I can't recommend it because I haven't actually read it, but I keep talking about it. So
the cover is gorgeous.
I heard your Discord go, then that was me.
Okay. Cool. So what are you reading, Celine?
I have a few options. We have a classic, Turn of the Screw. I'm pretty sure that I have to read that for one of my book club. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to read it's really short, so I will try to read that in a few sprints. And then we have this cute middle grade, Dreadwood. So we'll see. I have another option on my Kindle. I have the sequel to a paranormal mystery romance series, so very short as well. It's like 100-something pages. Those are the options. We'll see what I can get done today. I'm not sure.
That's fair. And Becca, whilst you're wrangling 100 animals, what are your plans for today?
I brought 2 books with me. I brought Gallant by V. Schwab, but I finished that, so I'm reading The Shadow of What Was Lost, which is the only non-spooky book that I'm reading this month.
That's fair.
It's huge.
I've read the prologue stuff.
I mean, that's a great start. Yeah.
To be honest, I read 200 pages in a couple of hours yesterday, and then for the rest of the day, I just played Disney Dreamlight Valley and watched 4 episodes of The Midnight Club. And then I started this morning.
I want to watch the show. Is it good?
Yeah, it's not my favorite of Mike Flanagan's, but I'm enjoying it more than... No, can we not, please?
Chaos is starting.
I'm just like, can we not, please? I just really enjoyed that.
It was bound to happen.
That's absolutely how I talk to the animals as well. Like whenever my dog would start barking, I'm like, can we please? Like it's too early, please.
Yeah, she's an old lady. She's 11 now, and she just doesn't appreciate the puppy chaos. So if they go near her, she gets really aggressive.
No, that's fair. How old are the rots now?
They are, I think they were born in November, so they're nearly 1.
Okay. Yeah. Be Betty time soon.
The babies still, they're puppies.
They are babies.
They're really big puppies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are.
Always like 30-something kilos now, my dad said.
Wow.
They're so cute.
You're not quite so big, are you? No, but you're very dribbly.
I want to give you all the kisses. I'm still not pleased with the cheating, but he would have done the same. I mean, that's fair. I'm thinking about picking up The Unspoken Name again and read up to somewhere around 100 pages mark. Good, that's cool. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people thought I was talking about The Diviners because The Diviners is a really well-known book on BookTube.
And also very spooky and atmospheric, so fits the brief.
All of them, it works. So yeah, no, that's fair. Whereas like I don't think, because it's still out as a hardback, I don't know if many people have heard of this one. I really need to stop doing this because obviously you can see that title so clearly right there in that patch of sunshine, right, as opposed to.
Thank you. Better.
But I just really like how simple that cover is.
The design. Yeah, the cover is really cute.
I just had breakfast and the first print I'll be showering. Good. Awesome. Oh, I can hear a Lizzie coming and I believe she's got a chai latte for me. You come in? You there? You ready? It's what you didn't see was her creeping around the door, but I really enjoyed that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I hate those stairs.
Yeah, we have a lot of them. We do have a lot of stairs.
Oh, I fell down the stairs the other day.
Say that again.
I fell down the stairs the other day.
Oh no, you're right.
It wasn't too bad. It was I went up to the attic and the stairs are just really steep and I was just wearing socks, so I slipped down them. I've grazed all my arm, but and I broke a nail, which is the thing I'm most upset about. But I didn't break a leg. So
that's key. Was it one of those ones where you slipped and you fell backwards, or you slipped and you fell forwards?
I fell backwards, so I like just slid all the way down and there's like a curve at the bottom of the stairs, so I hit the wall, but I was wearing a top, so like but I've grazed all my arm through the fabric from sliding down the stairs. And like I tried to save myself with my hand, which is how I broke the nail.
I've slipped a few times and you fall backwards and it's really jarring, but I swear to God, there's nothing more terrifying than slipping and falling forwards, because like your hands just don't know where to go, and it's just this is how I die. This is how I meet my end.
Every time I fall face first. Like I think something is always like I don't know.
I've nearly done that before because the normal stairs in my house go around a corner at the top. So like I always put my foot on the narrow part of the stair and nearly slipped down. But no, it was the attic ones. And ironically, the woman who lived there before us, when we moved in, there wasn't a door on the attic stairs because she'd fallen down the stairs and broke her ankle and smashed the door off the hinges on her way down.
Ouch.
They're not safe stairs.
No, they sound very dangerous. So Emma's going to be reading Fatal Crossing, which is like the Agatha Christie meets Titanic. It's not set on the Titanic, which I thought it was, but it's just got that vibe. Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. I mean, if you finish both of those today, I'll be amazed. I thought this started later. I mean, it started at 9:30 every single. This is my sister-in-law. It has started at the exact same time every time, but she's reading the same book as me, which is exciting. Although the last book that I recommended, I actually didn't enjoy, so I don't know how I feel about that.
How's your puppy, Kate? It's been a long time since you've showed me a picture. It's not like it's still a puppy, but again, it's a very huge puppy. I'm guessing it's a husky. Yeah, right, a husky. I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Like now, it's a really big puppy.
I'm going to appreciate how small Brie is when I get home.
Oh, very good classics. I really loved both. I hope you're liking them as well.
Yeah. What's the size difference between Brie and like, because she's obviously growing, but she's not nearly as big as the
so Gizmo's 40 something kilos. Let's call him like 42 kilos. Brie's 24.
Oh wow. Okay, that is a big size difference.
There's a very big size difference between them. He's at the stage where like he'll hump anything, and he keeps trying to hump her, but he's like a mile off. Like he can't get anywhere near her.
Literally nowhere near. She's just like, I don't.
He just sat there like, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, my sister-in-law Deanna, she's got a Springer Spaniel, and when they brought her around as a puppy, we had Bailey, who was a Labrador, and again, like 4 times her size, and was like, there's a female in the house? How exciting. And it's like, Bud, you are nowhere near. And also she was a lot quicker than he was. So he'd like get himself in position, and then suddenly she'd be like across the room, and he'd be like, how did this happen? What is going on? So Mill of Jade War, that's cool.
I really need to read this book. Everyone is talking about that.
Well, I've just finished Jade City and really enjoyed it. So
I like the plot more in Jade City, but the characters grow on you across the series. So like by the time we got to the end, I didn't like the plot very much, but I cared about the characters a lot.
That's fair. I like a character-driven book, and I liked the different perspectives in the first one. So I will definitely. That's a series that I will continue with, and I can't stop thinking about it as well. I wasn't sure how I felt about it in the moment, but I think that's just because they're not good people. They're not doing good things, and I'm so used to championing a hero. I have to get back into the mindset of being like, oh, they're this. But I enjoyed it. Why are you awake?
I thought when Willow was here, I was like, I'm sure that you're in North America somewhere.
Like, we're pleased to see you, but like, you can go back to sleep. I won't be.
Just the middle of the night, basically.
Yeah, it's not morning yet. It is not.
I've got an author interview coming up. Which I won't tell you who it is yet because like the details aren't finalized, but it's an Australian author, and I said like, I normally do my interviews live at like a Friday, Saturday night, and the publisher got back to me and said, oh well, it's fine because she gets up really early in the morning, so we can do like 9-10 your time, which is 4:30, 5:30 for her. And I was like, excuse me? Like, it's really early in the morning, and then there's the middle of the night.
No. Ouch.
People, stop falling. What is wrong with you?
I don't think people are doing this on purpose, Celine. I think these are accidents. It's a Malamute, not a husky. That's cool.
Oh, Puppy Bookend! It's so cute. Oh, I didn't know it existed. So cute. I love that.
Shall I throw us into a sprint? I've got my classics ready.
I don't read. Like I really do not want to read. I have to say that.
I really don't want to read. Well, I was going to go downstairs and get myself a drink, but Lizzie's brought that to me now, so I can at least start. And it means that Becca can wrangle some dogs.
Oh, it's chickens.
Oh, chickens. That was it, chickens. And then, yeah, so, yeah, okay. I've gone for the classical one just because it's a bit gentler in the morning. I've got two that I made. I've got the classical one and I've got leaves. But the leaves sound quite aggressive first thing in the morning to me.
Okay, well, I'll go with the classic book, I guess.
I'm so sorry. Today you're going for Turn of the Screw to start? See? What are you starting with? What did you say you're starting with?
Turn of the Screw. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Yeah.
I love how enthusiastic you are. Yeah, no, yes.
Enthusiastic. Well, yeah, I'm going to annotate the book. Ugh. Okay, let's go. Let's do that.
Fair. All right then. I'm gonna press play and I'll see you guys in 45 minutes.
Bye.
Welcome back.
Hi.
How did we do? I just want to say, so I got about 30 pages in, and it is very like The Furies. It's very kind of like, we did this awful thing when we were kids, and let me take you back through the nostalgic trip of it. And it literally starts with like the dead bodies on the floor. The girls are involved, but how were they involved?
Yeah.
The thing that kills me, and I had to like put it down because I got to the end of a chapter and something stupid happened, and I was like, you were doing so well. It's basically, she's on honeymoon with her partner who wants to know about her childhood. He's like, we're married now, we shouldn't have secrets, like you need to tell me about this stuff. And she's finding it really hard to talk to him about this stuff because she meets someone. There's very much a divide between the girls who are at the boarding school and the townies. There's like a very like class divide. They hate each other. And even like 15 years later, when she's like wandering through the town, like someone aggressively like shouts at her. So like that's why he wants to know about it, but she's not like ready to talk about it. And he's like, we shouldn't have secrets. We should be open with each other, blah, blah, blah. And she kind of like throws a tantrum, goes outside and has a cigarette in the dark. She then decides, you know what? He's right. We shouldn't have secrets. And she like sneaks around the back of the house and watches him pee and discovers that he pees sitting down and is like, this is too much. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know that. I'm just like, what? You were doing so well. You had my interest. And she has like a physical reaction to him sitting down on the toilet. And
is he her fiance?
They're married at this point. Like
how's he never peed in the same room as her?
It's not only that, but it's the fact that she's like, hey, he's sitting down. It's like, yeah, some guys do that. It's okay. Chill out. It's all right. Like,
yeah, my best friend Ryan says that he treats himself to a sit-down wee every now and again.
Mm-hmm. And it just, I was like, it was really tense. And like, it reads more like a contemporary thriller. It reads definitely like it's a very fast story because they're like flitting between the two. And I was like, I was really enjoying it. And then I was like, no, like, what was that? Like, what was that? So, yeah. So how'd you get on, Becca?
I read 28 pages, which isn't bad.
No, it is good. Especially with all the animal wrangling as well.
Yeah. The dogs are asleep now, so at least it's that.
Cute. Okay, that's cool. What about you, Celine?
18 pages. So not that much, but also I'm struggling to read. I feel old. I'm like that,
I mean, yeah, that's fair. And you're annotating as well, aren't you?
So. I cannot see a damn thing. So yeah, but like 18 pages in, and I'm really enjoying it. It's so far very close to the TV show because The Haunting of Bly Manor was based on the book. So that's why I want to read the book.
That's why I want to read that as well. I've heard very good things about it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Welcome, Lizzie.
Lizzie, hi.
Feeling a bit more human now.
Kinda. I'm like.
You're awake. That's all that matters. Did you get any reading done? Or are you just being human?
No, I watched YouTube.
Well,
that's the mood. That's the mood that you have every Sunday, might I add.
Yeah, I do.
It kills me. So the first start to finish, Lizzie was on first. She was there at 9:30. Lizzie's not a morning person, and I didn't think I was a morning person until I started living with Lizzie, because Lizzie sat there like I'd like really emotionally destroyed her before we'd started, and just like sulked for like half an hour at the beginning. Just like, can't do it. Can't be awake first thing.
I don't do mornings, but I just like to say I am burning the Gothic Mansion candle.
Nice. That's a really strong one, so you'll be choking on that fragrance soon.
We love it.
I love this smell. So I was like, this is the right decision.
It definitely fulfills the brief because it's like walking into an old lady's living room that's like covered in potpourri.
Yeah.
And like you can't breathe.
No. But we're two old ladies that live together, so it works perfectly for us, to be honest. But I have the links in the description for everyone else that wants them.
I do have the other two here just to be like.
Look at you promoting where I was too lazy to. Like one's all downstairs.
I had them up here and I was going to burn one of them and I didn't know which, so I'm sure I'll just swap out in a bit.
That's fair.
Because I bought mine to burn, Hannah.
Well, I mean, Hannah bought all of them, so I'm sure she has some.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, is I've got a set for me, I've got a set for Olivia and a set for Tish, and then Ali, she gets a book box from me anyway, so she didn't want to spend more on postage if I can put them in the same box, so I got Ali some as well, which she's paid me back for. And I was like, these smell so nice, and then I put like the lid back on, and Lizzie just looked at me like I was absolutely crazy. I was like, no, I can't do it. But I've got all six Gothtober candles. Lizzie nearly bullied me into burning the angel one once. Oof. And that was it. Won't do it.
I have a set of those as well. I think I've only got one set.
That's fair. Well, I just like collecting them. I burn the others. The others that I know that like if you're going to restock them or if they're like the favourites, those ones I'll burn.
I never burn my my own candles. Very, very rarely do I burn my own candles. I have tons of seconds though, like where I've poured the end of a jar into the end of my jug into a jar. So I end up burning those, but then I just forget. I have so many like seconds candles where the jar's slightly cracked or something, and I just forget to light them.
That's fair. Cool. So Frida joined with 34 minutes left. Got it done. 20 pages of Fatal Crossing and 20 minutes of an audiobook while doing a sheet mask. I love a sheet mask.
I love that. Self-care is key. Absolutely. We love that on a Sunday.
Kate disappeared, but that's fine because she's on a different time zone to us. That makes sense to me. Deanna was dealing with the dog, so didn't do any reading. That's fine. You will catch it up. It's a really, really quick read. And now you know about the whole sitting on the toilet thing. You've got that to look forward to. So, were you too busy logging in, Lizzie, to hear that?
Yeah. What?
Okay. Basically, she's keeping secrets from her husband, and she decides she wants to like sneak around and find out something about him. And she finds out that he treated himself to a sit-down toilet situation, and she was just like, I can't deal with this. I didn't need to know. And I'm like, you're so extra. Cool. Finished Dangerous Girls. Showered. Love that. Do the dishwasher the next sprint. Look at you being productive. To be fair, you were super productive last week as well. Every sprint, it was like, here's some more chores that I've done.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome. Hello. Just stop to say hi. Sadly can't stay. That's fair enough. Yeah. Wild. Joined near the end of the sprint. Read 6 pages of the X Hex. I have also started the X Hex. Tell me what you're thinking. What are your thoughts? Because you've read the X Hex, haven't you, Becca?
Yeah. I give it 5 stars. I really liked it. It's nothing like mind blowing, but it does everything that it says it's going to do. Really, it's like just a rom-com with. It's like a rom-com set in Halloween Town.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm only like 3 chapters in, and it very much feels like Gilmore Girls meets Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Yeah,
like it's very cozy vibes, but like shenanigans, which I quite enjoy.
That sounds really cute, actually.
I think you'd really like it, Celine, because like the opening chapter is basically her being like, now I know you shouldn't mix magic and alcohol, but I'm gonna. Like it's very much like the.
I was thinking, is it something about alcohol? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Don't call me out like that on the internet, Hannah.
Sorry. I'm calling myself out too. DNF the unspoken name. Fair enough. Why? I love knowing why people DNF stuff, because sometimes it's something really innocuous, like I just don't like the writing style, to this is bad and it's bad for these reasons. And I'm just interested.
I think that book is really slow, but I'm not sure.
That's fair. We're here for the dogs.
We're here for the dogs.
Here for the dogs. It was great. Nice. Emma, stop, because I can imagine it and I don't. Anyway, welcome to Start to Reading Sprints. Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Cool. I should probably clean the bathroom in the next sprint. I just really don't want to.
That's amazing.
I wouldn't want to either.
But I should. And I mean, to be fair, I'm not too worried about finishing this on today. Sometimes I'll start something from start to finish and I'll be like, this is going to take me forever. But actually, I'm not too concerned about this one. It moves really quickly.
But that means that you're not actually going to read it because you think you can read it really quickly, so you won't bother trying.
Look, how dare you? Because that is me with every middle grade. Every middle grade, I'm like, it's for kids. I can read this so quickly. And then it takes me like 4 years.
Yeah.
It's 200 pages long.
Trying.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for having me account.
Hannah, watch you not read it and then be on until 10 p.m. because you didn't read it in the morning.
Look, okay, I invited you guys because I thought this would be fun. I didn't think it would be just constant attack after attack. But let's see the graphic novel version. That's cool.
I swear, this. What is the painting? I don't.
It's not. It's your TV.
Oh, it's not. It's the TV. It's the TV. I like to have just, I don't know, ambience videos or music, stuff like that. And I wanted something spooky because, Gothtober. So, yeah. I don't know what it's called, but it's the TV.
It's TV. I just love that you were like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
I don't have any paintings in my room. What is happening? Where is it? Did I miss something?
No, that's fair. That's fair. So did you tell us, Lizzie, what you're going to be reading?
Ooh, okay.
Have you started it yet, or are you starting it?
No, the bookmark is just like in the front page. I haven't started yet, but I'm excited. But it's also chunkier than I remembered it being when I picked up this morning. I was like, why? Why?
Does
it's middle grade though, right? Or
it's YA. It's young YA, but it's YA.
I will be fine. Like, I will finish this today. It's
well,
over.
No, she'll finish it before mid-afternoon because Lizzie reads.
Yeah, you will finish that in 2 hours. Just be honest for a second.
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay. I want to enjoy this book.
Mm-hmm.
But I love the first one, so I'm excited.
Yeah. I thought you just straight up dropped it then. That was really funny.
No.
Are you doing that?
This today?
No.
Can you imagine you guys are all reading short, quick books, and I'm the only one who tries to read anything, so I do finish this today.
I was going.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you expecting finishing this book today? Because it's huge. It's a big.
No, but that's why we're saying it'd be really funny if all of us with our short reads don't, and then Becca comes in, absolutely obliterates 700 pages.
It's okay, Becca. After I finish this, I am picking up Ordinary Monsters because I've got to finish that story thing.
Oh my god!
And I'm not expecting to finish it today, but I'd like to get at least halfway through.
Well, this is 693 pages, so I don't stand a chance. I'll probably be reading for about a week. But
that's fair. That would take me all year. I love a high fantasy, but they take me forever because I just get it so absorbed. I'm such a slow reader anyway. I'm just like, I'm there for years.
I think I read epic fantasy faster because, like we were saying, I actually try because I know that it's going to take me ages. Whereas I can be reading a 300-page book for 5 days and be like, how did this happen?
Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, no, I'm very called out by that.
I know the struggle.
Yeah, it's nice that we're all in this together, to be fair. Like, I know that I'm a problem, but others are problems too. That's fine. I feel the same way about my current read. I don't think I'll get it finished during these sprints. No one has to finish anything. I mean, to be fair, Tish, Olivia, and I have always said no one has to read anything for Gothtober. Just rock up. Like, if you start a book, great. But don't feel because we don't track pages, we don't track reads or anything like that. Because it's towards the end of the year, and like it's exhausting to like read constantly. So just it's fine. So if you don't finish anything, you don't have to. The only person who has to finish something is me, and that's because I, have my own trauma that I got to deal with. So that's fine.
I would love you to do sprints on a Sunday where you can't be asked to actually read, so you just read a graphic novel and then you're like, right, we're done, goodbye.
Well, Celine has, because I tend to read like multiple things. I currently have 5 books on the go. This is my 5th, because I like to be able to kind of dip in and out of different things. I read the way other people watch television, where they watch like an episode of this and an episode of that. And Celine has basically said that she doesn't think I will be able to read one book at a time in November. And if I can, she's going to buy me a book. So I feel like what I want to do is read a graphic novel so that I've read something and then just not read for the rest of the month and then get my free book and just leave it at that and just be like, this is it.
Speaking would work. I would be very pissed at you, but it would work.
Yeah, but I don't.
I think you will forget in the middle of the month and you will pick up an audiobook, forgetting that you've got a physical read on. And I also think you're saying that you won't want to read in November, but because you have this stipulation, all you'll want to do in November is read. I can see it.
Yeah, and I want to cherry pick stuff as well because I know what will happen. I'll start something, I'll get about 120 pages in, and then I'll be like, I'm not in the mood for this anymore. I need to read something else.
Wow.
DNFing will come in hard.
Yeah, I irritate myself with my reading habits, to be honest. Like, I know it's a lot. I just need to just not. But yeah.
I love looking at your top shelf of your TBR cards sometimes, where it's the books you've started, and I'm like, maybe you should just pick up any of these, like any of this shelf.
And if that wasn't annoying enough, if I already wasn't the worst, I also have a habit of putting books down because I find somewhere comfy to sit and then not knowing where I've put that book. So not being able to continue it. So starting something else. That's what I think will trip me up in November. Not that I have forgotten that I'm doing this challenge, but that I can't find my book.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not quite that bad, like, because I will actually actively go and search for my book if I don't know where it is.
Yeah, most of my books live downstairs, so it's usually in there, but I also live like a gremlin, so yeah.
I'm gonna have this song for the rest of the day in my head. Thank you.
Yeah. I want to get back into the Crown, watching Grey's Anatomy. I will not pick up Grey's Anatomy. It's the one show that I won't watch just because I know that if I start, I will just not have a life ever again.
I watched Grey's Anatomy. I think I stopped on season, I don't know, between 10 and 12 probably. There's 24 seasons at this point. Like, probably not, like maybe 18.
But maybe.
I can't watch.
It's very close to 20 seasons, and it's still going. And I'm like,
it's not finished. It's well.
When it's gonna stop? When they all die, like in real life? Like
no, because they just keep replacing the cast, don't they? Like there's loads. Like Katherine Heigl, I think, was in it to start off with, and like she's not there anymore. But I can't watch hospital things because I have health anxiety. So like most of the time I'll be fine. But if I have a bad anxiety day, like I can't do it. So.
Yeah, it's very. It can be really triggering for sure.
Yeah, there's no point making it worse either.
No.
I love readathons. I get excited. Gothtober still solves the reading stuff. I love that. That is that's a big compliment. Thank you. Ghost Cardi.
I mean, yeah. Every Sunday we'll have someone say that.
Because it's a great cardigan. And what I love is Lizzie has a seasonal cardigan selection. So in summer, she's got her strawberries that she wears every day. And then it gets to spooky season. And now it's this one.
It's the ghost. It's the cutest thing ever. Let's be honest.
Still trying to catch up on Stranger Things and Game of Thrones. That's fair.
Oh, I actually did that with you for Stranger Things.
Still haven't finished season 4. Everyone else has finished. I still haven't finished. I'm trying to make it last.
Sure.
I have to watch more than one show at once because I have things that I watch without Curtis. Like currently I'm watching The Midnight Club, and then me and Curtis are rewatching Doctor Who. And we're also keeping up with the new episodes of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones. And then if I have a really bad anxiety day, then I watch New Girl because that's my comfort show. So yeah, I'm always watching multiple things at once.
That's
the way to go if you like.
Yeah, that's fair.
Depending on your mood for sure.
I'm actually really good it's probably because I read so slowly. I'm really good at remembering stuff that happens in books, and the issue I have is if I put a book down for a while and come back to it, I have to start at the part where I left off rather than back from the beginning, because my brain will just skip over the chunks that it's already read. And I find rereading books really hard. So I've recently been trying to reread books that I read before I started BookTube. But I've had to go way, way back to books that I read as a kid because my brain just won't. It's like, oh, I know this bit. And I feel like I'm getting through them and I'm not actually reading them and enjoying them because I'm just kind of skipping bits.
Wow.
So I find it quite easy to remember plots and stuff, which is good because I do, for my wrap-ups, because I try to read so much, I end up kind of I do it as a potluck thing. So I have no idea what I'm going to pull out. And it's good that I remember, because sometimes I'm like, I read this 6 months ago and it's just been sitting in this teapot for 6 months waiting for me to wrap it up. But thankfully I do generally remember. The only bit I don't remember is what's going to be a spoiler and what isn't. Like what's just general synopsis versus what is something that I know because I've finished it. That's the only time it comes.
My memory's been so bad recently as well. Like I can't tell you. I know what I'm reading when I'm reading it, but I now can't tell you what was on the last page that I just read. So like my wrap-ups are really hard because I can't remember if what I'm remembering is a spoiler or not because I've forgotten everything else. Like great.
Yeah. The only time it's like an issue is when I do like weekly vlogs and stuff, and I've started, rather than doing it when I finish a book, is I kind of wrap up with like 100 pages to go. So I'm like, the ending, I'm not going to accidentally spoil the ending, but if I do spoil anything, it hasn't been paid off yet. Is kind of how I do that, because otherwise I'm just, because I just get really excited. I am a toddler, and I'll just be like, I'm really excited to tell you this thing about this book, and then I'll be like, oh, that's a spoiler, but I was just too excited to think, don't say that. So
yeah, way too much, way too confusing.
There's a chance I'll give up.
Oh yeah, you've got a long way to go there.
Agreeing with Shannon. So I'm like, it keeps skipping, and I'm like, I don't know where I am. I'm the person who watches the whole season except for the last episode because I don't want it to end. And half a year later, I watch the last episode. If I get to the penultimate episode, I have to know.
I did that with Schitt's Creek, where it took me ages to watch the last season because I didn't want that show to end. And then I got like 3 episodes in, and I was like, I don't want to watch anymore because I know that it's not going to happen in more episodes. And then when I watched the last episode, and I was like, this is beautiful.
Is it like the funny? It's a funny TV show, right?
Yes.
Well, okay, is it the one? Because I've seen that, I think, on Instagram. Maybe it's from TikTok, but like you, David, is it from this show?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I need to watch that.
It's so great. It's so great.
It's written by the father and son that play the father and son in that show.
Really?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's really funny because like you can tell that obviously they've grown up together, they've got a very similar sense of humor, but their characters are very different. So you've got like the father who obviously he plays the dad in American Pie, so he has that kind of, he looks ridiculous, but he plays quite a straight-laced character who just keeps having more rubbish like piled up on him, whereas David is like the son and is just, he's very highly strung and very, very silly. And again, it's just having all this shit just like piled on. But it's very, very funny and very, very clever. I really like it. But I hadn't started it until Deanna recommended it to me. So
the mum, terrible as it is, reminds me so much of my mum. Like there's certain things that Moira Rose does that I'm like, oh, I could see my mum doing that. Like she has this wig collection that she saves because they basically did tax evasion without realizing they were doing all of that. So that everything taken away from them apart from this one town that the father bought for his son as a joke. That's like the last thing that they own. And they live in the motel there. And she has this wig collection that she puts on the wall. And she's so highly strung about these bloody wigs. And I'm like, my mom is like that with like watches. And like she's honestly, that's why I love it so much, because it just takes the piss out of like so many like little stereotypes.
It's just the way she speaks that I love. It's like, I'm positively bedeviled with appointments, and it's just like it's just ridiculous. I just love it.
That's why I like New Girl, because like I don't have a favorite character because I'm obsessed with all of them, and they're all like so relatable in very different ways.
Yeah. Winston is my favorite. If you can have a favorite, Winston is my favorite, because I just feel like he's just so ridiculous.
I love all of them.
That's fair. That's fair.
Curtis's favorites are Schmidt and Winston. I really do like Nick.
Nick's great because I feel like Nick is the grumpy, awkward in all of us. Like all of us have a Nick. I feel I get on best with people who relate most to Nick. Like I definitely
get mode constantly.
Yeah. Supernatural is a great comfort show. It's so sad, but so good.
I kind of want to rewatch that. Same. I stopped at season 9 or 10, something like that. And I'm thinking of watching the whole thing again. And
Well, I started
watch Supernatural yet because 22 episode seasons when there's like 15 of them is a lot.
Exactly. My point. Like, do I want to commit to that? I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, I was rewatching them for Gothtober last year because it was Angels versus Demons, which is obviously like a key theme for Supernatural. And we always do like you're allowed to like pick a TV series or film to watch and count as a prompt, which we didn't do this year. But I think that's just because we forgot as opposed to any other reason. And it was one of those ones where I was watching them because I really like the dynamic. And we were talking yesterday, Lizzie and I, about how we love Crowley's arc as like this bellend demon that is just... he's rubbish, but he's so funny. Starts off really evil. He has kind of a Spike storyline where he comes in as the big bad and then just slowly, like he goes through a phase of just looking really ridiculous and then redeems himself throughout. And I just really like that. I like any kind of arc like that. That's a good time.
One of the main reasons I want to watch Supernatural is because Jeffrey Dean Morgan's in it and I'm in love with Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I'm like, just because Jensen is fucking hot. That's why I want to watch.
When I was watching Supernatural, I watched Supernatural before I watched Walking Dead, so it really fucking threw me when Jeffrey Dean Morgan showed up in Walking Dead as the character he was. Because I'm like, John Winchester ain't a great person, but oh my god.
And the way that Negan's actually my favorite Walking Dead character now in whatever season we're on, 12 or 13, and I'm obsessed with him.
I stopped watching it. I stopped watching Walking Dead because I just got really like exhausted by it. But I want to watch because the last season's coming out, so I kind of want to catch up to where I stopped. So
I think there's only 4 or 5 episodes left, and because Walking Dead is the show that I've been with the longest in terms of I started watching it in season 3 and I've kept up with it. I stopped watching it a little bit after Negan came in, and then there's like a couple of main staple characters that left, and they got new showrunners that pretty much killed every character that you cared about, and you're only left with the dregs. So I stopped watching it then, and then when we found out that they were ending it, we caught up. So like it's such an end of an era because I've been watching that show for 10 years, like constantly.
I've got up to the Alpha arc, like the end of Alpha's arc.
I got midway through when I stopped. It's when all of the stuff with Hilltop and Jesus happened, and Maggie threw a hissy. The actress who plays Maggie decided that she didn't want to be in it anymore, but they didn't actually write her out properly. She just disappeared.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping for some reappearances of characters in the last episode, and I'm hyped, but also terrified because it's like really the end of an era.
I like this idea of writing the main character's name down to remember 2 months later. Yeah, Criminal Minds is wild. I started Criminal Minds during the first lockdown, and I was done by the end of the last lockdown. But my brother was working nights, and we were in the house together because we were living the whole family at one point. But my parents had gone away and then got stuck where they were staying for however long that first lockdown was. So like I think it was something stupid, like 18 weeks. So we were just by ourselves. So he got himself a job working at B&M. He was working nights. So he was out of the house from 4:00 in the afternoon until 4:00 in the morning. And I would just fill that time with watching Criminal Minds. And he'd come home and I would still be awake because I had scared myself by watching that much Criminal Minds. It was a lot.
I was doing that with the Midnight Club last night because where my dad lives is on the end of a cliff. There is one, I'm not shitting you, there's one street light at the end of his gate, and aside from that, it is pitch black everywhere. And it's windy, there's wind chimes outside of the door, the house makes noises, there's 39 animals here. And I'm like watching a scary show and then I hear a noise and I'm like, shit.
No, but that's you have like 2 big dogs. I feel like you're fine.
Yeah,
but they're also just very soft. They're not as vicious as you would like them to be when you're home alone.
Yeah. Okay.
No, people breaking in don't know that. They've just got to get them barking, and that'll be enough to scare anyone away.
Yeah, because like 2 Rottweilers, I'm like, usually people are kind of scared of those dogs. Normally.
It kills me because I think generally people are scared of big dogs and especially Rottweilers. But I don't think I've ever met a Rottweiler that was anything other than dopey. Like they were just such soft boys. Like so.
They had
it was really. I love to see the Crowley love. Buffy's my comfort show. That's fair.
Yeah. Same.
Ghost Whisperer. That's an old school one. I love that.
I love Ghost Whisperer. It was so good.
Being a nicer human. Wow. But it sounds like you need to get back into it because it sounds
You
really
miss
good.
some great moments, but there is like a lot of low points after Negan comes in where it's just really boring or like just nothing's. Yeah, the last couple of seasons have been rough as well.
That's fair. And then Priscilla called it. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people
I was like,
I didn't care very much.
That's fair. That's fair. I was like,
I didn't care very much, as in like, I cared, but like I wasn't. A lot of people were like outraged and never watched it again, and I was like, I personally didn't see the big deal with that because like I feel like we knew it was coming as well. Like that scene is a very big moment in the comics that everyone was talking about coming before it actually happened. But yeah.
It took me a second because I haven't watched it in its entirety. I've seen like clips of stuff, and I've seen some episodes when they were on like Sci-Fi. If I was like reading and just wanted some background noise, and I was like, "Who's Lucille?" Oh, I remembered who Lucille is, and it's not a who, it's a what. And I was like, "Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense." Yeah, small dogs are terrifying.
Small dogs are evil.
Yeah. Oh.
I was just
people were just like so traumatized and upset that they stopped watching.
So I'm going to do another sprint, probably at the top of the hour, so in about 3 minutes. If are you reading, or I'm going to do the bathroom. I'm going to do the bathroom, and then I'm going to be able to sit down and actually relax and not have to worry about it.
Oh, I hate that because you won't be able to concentrate on your book because you're just thinking about how you have to clean the bathroom.
Yeah, I just need to get it done. And then,
see, now you've said that, I'm going to go do the kitchen while I make myself another cup of coffee. But only because now you said you're going to clean the bathroom, the bit inside of me goes, well, shit, now I've got to clean the kitchen. And not because I have an obligation to do it. I have an obligation to do it because it's my job. But also, you said you're going to clean, and I can't not clean if I hear you cleaning. It's just a mental thing.
I do that. Curtis is really chill, and he'll just sit there and like let me clean. Whereas if he's cleaning, I'm like, I have to clean. I can't just watch you clean. I need to clean.
Yeah. I don't know why though, because like, yeah, I'm probably more like Curtis. If I see Lizzie cleaning, I'm like, I need to do that, but I'll do it like on my own time. Like I'll do it when I can, or I'll do it when I want to, or need to, as opposed to like, oh, someone's cleaning, I must also clean.
The kitchen needs cleaning though, to be fair. But also, I need another coffee, so.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm really enjoying these double-sized chai lattes that we've been doing. They're amazing. I'm really getting into chai, and I bulk bought the powder last time, and I think I've got maybe 2 left, so I need to buy some more.
I don't think you even have 2 left. I think you might have 1 small one left.
In which case, I won't make myself a chai. I'll make myself a pot of tea, and then I'll have a tea instead because I don't want to waste it.
You can always pop to Sainsbury's and grab you some more chai.
I don't want to leave the house. That's not that's not what I plan to do today.
Have internet. You can order stuff. That is the magic of internet.
It's more
expensive. That I might do.
But we could also go to Morrison's and get a salad. Like we could get a salad bar again.
Oh, that is tempting.
Okay, I'll consider it. That's not a bad idea at all. I really didn't plan on leaving the house today, but now that you've mentioned salad bar, I might. But for now, I'm gonna go clean the bathroom.
Okay.
Hello. How did we do?
I am blinded by the light.
I was going to say, I've just shut my curtain because it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
There's too many windows in this room as well. Like throughout the day, you have to keep opening and shutting curtains to get the light in the right place.
That's so frustrating. I mean, I love a light room right up until I either need to be doing something that involves concentration, because I'm like, I can't see anything and I can't be seen because it's glowing.
Since I've been here this weekend, I think I've realized, because I've been struggling to read very much this year. I think the problem is that I work from home. Because I used to live here. I lived here for like 6 years, and I'm reading fine. But like at home, I can't read.
Yeah, you just can't get out of that mindset. Because I've noticed that I read more in the evening and I feel less stressed when I've worked in the office today. Because Lizzie and I have gone from like basically working in our bedrooms to having this third bedroom turned into an office, which really makes a difference for us. Yeah, but the one downside of us only being 2 of us is when there was 3 of us, I was looking at getting myself an office because there's a block of old houses that have been turned into offices down the end of the road, and they're renting out like different offices for like £500 a month. And I was like, that's great, because it's essentially just like a room in a building. And I was like, that would be perfect because I can like switch on to actually work there, but that's just not going to happen now.
I see. I need the opposite. Like I need to switch off when I'm not working. But like I've looked at retail spaces and stuff and like offices, and like you said, like £500 a month isn't bad, but then it's £500 a month I also don't need to spend.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of money that I don't need to spend because I really need a new car. But you know, like how you get finance deals and it's like £200 a month, and I'm like, oh, like a monthly expense of £200, like that pinches as like outside of normal bills.
Could you do it through your business to get like tax back and stuff?
I don't know. I do use my car a bit, but only to do post office runs, and to be honest, most of the time I make Curtis do it.
That's fair, because I know that my dad, as an accountant, he only goes and sees his clients like once a month, but he uses his car. Technically, his car counts as an asset because he uses it for work. And if you're working from home, that would count as an asset.
Yeah, I also like I don't do my bills, but I am going to retroactively go through the last year and put like gas, electric, mortgage and stuff through, because the cost of living has now gone up so much that I'm like, I'm not being taxed on this.
No. Well, I cleaned the bathroom, so it smells amazing, and Lizzie did the kitchen, and we both made a really smart choice of wearing knit whilst cleaning.
Oh no!
I will just say, I did say I wasn't going to do the floor, but the floor was so disgusting. I did end up brooming it and hoovering it because it was real gross.
Oh, it needed doing. And then I did manage to read a chapter. But it was 2.5 pages long. That's how long the chapter was. It doesn't feel like the win.
I finally did a vlog update because I hadn't done one since I finished Gallant yesterday. And it took me ages because I was wrestling with the dogs while I was trying to do it. So it's probably not a very good update, but I mean, we moved. And then I read 16 pages.
Nice. That's good. And how's your annotating going, Celine? I don't know why I said it so weird then. Annotating.
No, it's fine. It's going good. I'm really enjoying the book. I'm really enjoying the story. I'm on page 40, so I'm not reading that fast. But it's quite good. I like good old ghost story. So.
Yeah, it is a good one. I enjoyed it.
Which one is it?
Appreciation for my old girl.
Sorry?
So can we just have some appreciation for my old girl?
It was the tail. I could just see her tail like next to you. I couldn't see her, but she's so cute.
She has won. We used to take her to like not real shows, but she won the waggiest tail competition multiple times.
I'm not surprised. Look at it go.
I know. I took her for a walk yesterday and she loved it. She's like properly old now though. She's covered in like fatty lumps and stuff. She's a little old lady. She's had like most of her teeth pulled as well this year.
Oh, bless her. Is that a dog statue in the corner as well?
Yes, no, that's terrifying, and it gets me every time. That's not a real dog.
I was like, if that's one of the twins, they are sitting very still, and that is not dog-like at all.
It gets me because it's not my, well, I guess it is my dad's now, but it's his wife's, so like it's not always been here. But when I was coming here and I kept seeing it, I was like, no, it looks too realistic. And when you look at it, it doesn't, but out of the corner of your eye, it
in the corner of your screen there. Oh, there's okay, yeah.
Oh, shut up! There's a parrot as well. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah, you did.
You did.
We hadn't heard it before.
I'm just gonna mute.
That's fair. I'll go through the comments for a bit. So,
Celine, what are you reading, Celine? Just before you go, I didn't know what you were doing. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
So Lynn's here with Babel.
Yes.
30 pages and is ready for a nap. To be fair, Emma did say that they would be spending some of the sprints napping, and that's fine. And also craving meatball. Oh, we've got meatballs left, right?
We've got meatballs left. We have a whole bag of IKEA meatballs.
We do.
Ooh.
What Moves the Dead? That's cool. Read 33 pages. Been sorting through secondhand clothing with my sisters. That's
Interesting. That sounds fun.
40 pages, another coffee. I managed to squeeze one more chai latte out of what I had left. So that's it. This is the last, and then I'll need to go get some more. It's devastating, but there we go. I was distracted this sprint. That's fair enough.
No.
I realized my favorite singer is dressed up as Dracula yesterday. Okay. I'm going to need to Google that in the next sprint then. I think I'm napping. I did the dishes and I'm cleaning some doors. Okay. I listened to 4 chapters of The Desert Thief. Okay. It took me a while to get there, but I got there. I only read 20 pages. That's fair. People don't need to say only 20 pages, by the way, because I read 3. So there's no only in this house. Like, it's fine. You read something. Good work. Making progress in my book, which will probably reach my reading goal during these sprints, given that there's 2 more to come. I mean, there's definitely more than 2 reading sprints, if that's what you mean, or if there's 2 more goals or something to come. Because I will be sprinting on all day. No one else has to. That's fine, but I will be sprinting all day. Yeah. I feel like that's something I need to look up. There's been loads of TikTok sounds that have been using old My Chemical Romance songs, and my entire For You page is just emo Hannah coming back to life. I'm so here for it.
My For You page in general is a mix of emo talk and thirst talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, to be honest. Every now and then, like mine will be like bookish thirst talk, so it'll be guys being like, "Look at me, I've read Akatar," and I'm like, "Okay." And then it will be like emo songs, and then randomly it will be someone's made a Giles thirst talk, and I'm like, "And this is what I'm talking about. Like, where's more of these?" And I do try and drop them into your Discord as often as I can, Becca, because I know that there's quite a few of you in there that will appreciate those. Where do we get to? Googled it. Hello. Yeah, that's sad. I went to go and see My Chemical Romance with my mother. That was the first gig she'd ever been to.
I think that My Chemical Romance might be the only band that I really like that I haven't seen.
Okay.
Because I've seen like Fall Out Boy, Paramore. They might be the only old school band that I haven't seen. I've also seen Green Day and Blink. Are
you excited to go and see them again?
Yes, because my favorite song is Always, which like you need Tom for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've seen Green Day again recently. They were good. And Fall Out Boy again recently, actually.
Yeah, I saw Green Day and Fall Out at Reading. I won tickets to the 2012 or 2014 one, which was very exciting. So that was when they both were there. That was amazing.
I miss when festivals were good. Like I think 2009 to 2013 was like peak festival time.
Yeah.
Because now I can actually go because I was too poor at the time and also I was a child. But now I'm not too poor to go. I don't see the appeal because it's not like the lineup isn't as good.
No, I don't think so either. And this thing is, I'd never been to Reading. My friends had all been, but I couldn't afford to go. And I used to work on Saturdays anyway, so I could never really get. And I worked for my mother as well, so getting time off was like it was the same as like trying to get time off school. It just wasn't really going to happen. Yeah. So I hadn't gone, and then I think it was like a Facebook competition. And when they called me and were like, "Hey, you've won tickets to Reading," because there was like noise in the background, I assumed it was my friends taking the piss. Like I fully expected it to be like pranked or whatever. And then she was like, "Oh, can we have your address?" And I was like, "But you know where I live." And she's like, "No, we don't. We need your address to send you these tickets." And I was like, I gave them my postcode and then like my house number, and that was it. Because I was like, "You guys know where I live. Like this is ridiculous." And then the tickets rocked up, and I was like, "Oh, that was a real thing."
Wow.
I was just like, it was just insane. So it was really cool. Really good gig, actually. But and Eminem, I think, headlined the day before as well.
I don't like Eminem, but like that would be good just because it's Eminem.
It was the atmosphere more than anything. I think I only knew like a couple of the songs, but it was the atmosphere was just incredible.
Do you ever like feel weird though? Because I went to see Neck Deep in like 2015, and I'd only just started listening to them at the time, and everybody there was like a super fan. And me and Ryan like knew one song, and we were like, we actually left early because we were like, this is just like, I need to leave. Like, I do not belong here. Like, everyone is like a super fan.
Yeah. There was an element of that, but I am very much like a social sponge. If someone comes with energy, then I tend to match it without even necessarily trying to. So if people are all like having a slow day, I will naturally calm down. Whereas if people are getting really hyped because this is their favorite artist of all time, then I'm kind of buzzing, even though I have no idea what's going on. Like, it's very much Labrador energy, you know?
Yeah, I know. I would have had to leave. Like when me and Curtis have just been seeing Machine Gun Kelly, and he doesn't like Machine Gun Kelly at all. He was like forced to go. On the day that we were going, he was like, "Are you sure that you can't find anybody else to go with you? Because I do not want to go." And I like Machine Gun Kelly, but not enough for me to have standing tickets. So I got seated because I was like, "It's going to be like neck deep, and I'm going to have to leave." So I got seated because I was like, "It's going to be way too crazy down there." Because I knew the atmosphere was going to be wild.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I think the only one I've ever walked out of is I went to no, it wasn't Download. It was Sonosphere, which is basically Download, but it's run and hosted by Metallica and their production company.
Yeah.
And I went the first year they hosted that, but Avenged Sevenfold were just before them. And I was so exhausted from being like right at the front of Avenged Sevenfold. I only stayed for like 2 Metallica songs before I was like, I could feel myself crashing. I was like, I'm just gonna go back to the tent and just have a nap and just wait. And people got like really angry with me for like walking away because they could see that I was walking like away from the Metallica tent. I was just like, I just don't have the energy right now. Like, it's been a whole weekend. I'm exhausted.
I had that with Morrissey, which was wild as well because I was like 20 and everybody else was 60, and I was like, I can't hack it. I need to leave.
Like, I need a nap. I think I got driven home by my friend's dad, and I slept for 4 days. Wow. Like, I genuinely don't think I woke up in that time. My mum was really worried because I think I came down to eat maybe once, but I don't really remember it. I was really out of it, and she thought maybe I'd been spiked or like I'd been given something, and I hadn't. I was just exhausted. I just had no energy left.
Wow.
So, intense. Oh, anyway, any hoozle. Okay, let's move that one. Karen is raising the Silmarillion. How are you getting on with the Silmarillion, Lizzie?
Good fucking question.
Isn't the Silmarillion textbook?
Yeah, I think so.
Like a history of Lord of the Rings.
It's really hard to read because like The Hobbit is like the most whimsical like adventure story. It's kind of like every chapter something else happens, so that's quite easy to get through. Lord of the Rings, I loved it, but it is, you know, an epic fantasy. And the Silmarillion is literally like you're reading a history book. Because it's like, this is how the world was made. These are the gods. Here's some like fun stuff, battle stuff. But like, we're not going to go into like the cool battle stuff. No, we're going to like explain it mechanically to you. And there's loads of like, I'm glad I'm doing it by audio.
That makes me think that I might enjoy the Silmarillion more than the Lord of the Rings. Like, give me the mechanics of battle.
I just need to know how it happened.
I'm 60% of the way through. And there is a romance in the Silmarillion.
Really?
Yeah, it tells the story of Beren and Luthien, which is the first like elven and human couple. And like it basically explains why that's a bad idea. Like it goes through and how like Beren like won back a Silmarillion, but then his arm got chopped off by a big wolf. And it's like stuff like that. Like it's really fucking interesting, but it's taking me forever to get through because like the chapters are so long. And the audiobook is like, it's so dry. It's like, I feel like I'm in a history lecture, which is not a bad thing, but I have to be in the right mood.
Yeah.
Well, for sure.
Yeah. Whenever I find an audiobook and it's like the chapter's going to be like an hour and 45 minutes, I'm like, why?
Yeah, exactly.
I already knew that Lord of the Rings was going to be a bad deal for me when I downloaded the audiobook and it was like 30 hours for a 300-page book. And I was like, why? Why?
It's all the singing. The singing takes time. And the singing at 3 times speed is wild.
Andy Serkis, if it's the Andy Serkis version, he talks so slowly.
I had it on 2 times speed and he was still slow.
Yeah, no, I had it. I think I ended up listening to it like 2.5 to 2.8 because he talks painfully slowly. But like the Robin Gless ones, like the original ones, because I have both on my phone, I'm like, I have a little bit of a soft spot for the original Robin Glass ones because he's like a proper old school radio voice, which I absolutely love. But the Andy Serkis ones are my chosen ones. But you have to be able to listen to it quicker because it's painfully fucking slow.
Speaking of painful audiobooks, I'm listening to Assassin's Apprentice via audiobook.
Yeah,
and
no,
I know.
I don't like those audios. Like, I listen to about 3 seconds of one and just note out of it. Whereas, but it's weird though, because like Ashley and Cody, and I think it was just Ashley and Cody, but they listened to all 16 books.
I think I will too, because I am enjoying it, like for the story's sake as opposed to for the voice. And I know that I have the capacity that I can like switch off what I'm irritated by in the voice. I think it just sounds like he's reading a textbook as opposed to it sounds very old school. To be fair though, I listened to an audiobook for like a Greek myth, like in January. There was like 800 pages and it was like 42 hours of audiobook. And I reached the end of it and I was like, I don't know what I took away from this. I don't know what the point of that was. And his voice is very, very similar to that. So I'm like, maybe it's just what I need sometimes, like something very chill. But
I can only listen to either full text audios or like really special audios. You know, where people say like the audio is better than the book, like the Andy Serkis Lord of the Rings, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
because I just can't. Like, if the voice, like, I can listen to 1 minute of an audio, and if I don't like it, I'm just like, no, can't do it.
That's fair. Yeah, I remember when I was a teen and tickets to see things like MCR would be like £14.
Oh my god, I just ordered the Blink tickets and I ordered it through Gigs and Tours and I went into my account. The last time I ordered anything from them, I paid £69 for 3 1975 tickets. I've just paid £60 a ticket 3 times for 3 different shows for the 1975. I'm like horrified. I was devastated.
That's a lot. That is a lot. They're great. I've seen them live. That's cool. Yeah, so Will was my brother. I ended up taking him because none of my friends, they either already had tickets and were already going, or they were going to the Leeds one. So my brother came with me instead. But it wasn't a radio. It was Facebook. There's a beer company called Tuborg that do like, basically it's really cheap beer. It costs like £1 per bottle, and they're owned by the same company that own Relentless. So there was loads of like free Relentless cans, and the tickets were basically like VIP tickets. So we could stay in the nicer camp. We chose not to. We chose to stay in the commoners camp because that's where my friends were hanging out. So we were hanging out there, but we could use their bathrooms and showers. So first thing in the morning, we were like taking a half-hour walk to use the nicer bathrooms and then coming back. It was good. Yeah, atmosphere makes a show, I think. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I feel like everywhere's going to have like very much a vibe depending on where they're playing.
I don't know about like European shows, but I know that when American bands play here, they think that we're all really wild.
Yeah.
But I don't know about like Europe. I don't know what the vibe is at Europe concerts.
I wonder how much of that is an expectation, because obviously in media we're portrayed as very much two things. We're either drunken thugs or we're posh twats. Like there's no in between.
I think it's the drunken thugs. But apparently, like, I've heard a band say that like they'll play in America and everyone just kind of like stands and stares at them. It's just like really, just like flat.
What is the point if you're not gonna like get into it? Like, I feel like a waste of money if you're not like dancing, being like involved in the mosh pit. Like if you get seating tickets, that's fine. But if you're standing watching, like come on, like get into it. Like show the band you actually enjoy them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. It's not going to be for everyone. Okay. I've been to a few concerts in Netherlands, Belgium, England. So that's cool. I don't know. I know I have been to a gig abroad, but I don't remember what it was. I think I was quite young. I think it's just something that we did as a family. Yeah.
They're good. I saw them when they had Matt Skiba at the last UK tour. I don't know if they've done another one since, but they were good.
If they have, I haven't heard about it. But then I don't really leave the house, so I don't know where I would hear about it. Belgium Wild. Yeah. So different. At least Spain shows because the language barrier. I don't feel like the jokes land. That's fair. Cool. Okay. Right. I'm actually going to read this time. I know it surprises all of you, but I'm going to go downstairs, sit in a darker room, not at a desk, and read.
Okay. I believe you.
You don't sound like you believe me. If anyone's ever sounded like that's not it. I believe you. No, we'll see. We'll see. If I can hit more than 30 pages, I'll be really proud of myself.
Well, you can. You can for sure do that.
I mean, if I can hit 60 pages, I'll be back on track, but that's not happening. So
it might.
You can. Maybe you can.
I believe in you.
You've met me. You know not to do that.
I'm trying to be supportive and not mean. Okay.
There we go. This is it. It takes exactly one push for Lizzie to go from being really supportive to back to herself.
Yeah, I was like, since Twitter is supportive and not mean. No, that's not true.
I remain unconvinced.
Now.
You're gonna have to prove me wrong that you can do it.
Now that is how you do it. That's excellent work. Okay, cool. Right, I'm pressing play, and I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello. Well, you were right, Becca. I did not manage 60. I did, however, manage 37. So
Damn, I was very
I did try, but I also changed into a more weather appropriate t-shirt and came downstairs. So I'm gonna blame instead. How did you guys get on?
I am on page 52, so still reading extremely slowly, but I'm getting there. Still enjoying it. And I need to go eat. I have lunch cooking. So.
Cool, no worries.
I think I read 27. I'm on 76 now. So considering I'm not reading like super quickly. Oh, I also made a cup of tea as well, which took a little bit of time. But considering it's epic fantasy, I think I'm doing all right.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You're doing pretty great. Yeah.
What about you, Lizzie?
I read 71 pages.
Well,
this is what I mean. Because like Lizzie came upstairs and we had a chat at first, so she had like less time than you guys anyway, and she just rocks up with all these papers.
And then she'll tell you, but I don't read fast.
I don't read that fast.
No. But if I was reading the Silmarillion, I probably would have read like 10 pages. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but if I was reading the Silmarillion, I'd have read 3. So that's. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I think I preferred the first one though.
Really?
Yeah. This is more of like a classic mystery with like the police force and stuff, which is not typically where I go, but there is, elements of the supernatural. But I just think the setup for the first one is a lot smoother, in my opinion. But I also think because of the events of the first book, I can see why Amy's written it this way. That's not really a criticism. It's just that for me, typical cop mysteries are not my faves.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair enough. Okay. Sorry, I just had like a security notice from my computer, and it
is fine.
Got distracting. Where do we get up to? Did we do these ones? I think we did these ones. So further down.
You can do it, Hannah. Believe me.
Here we go. I was like, I'm sure we've been here at some point. So I think this came in just as we were starting. Why is this kind of character in Lord of the Rings? Yeah, no, that's fair.
I prefer that though in the actual book.
That's fair.
Which is why I don't like Lord of the Rings, because like Frodo will be staring off into like a random place, and it'll go into detail about the place he's staring off into, even though it has no relevance to the actual story.
That's fair.
But like, I feel like also Frodo is the most annoying character.
Yeah,
Frodo sucks.
Frodo is not the one.
If anyone says Frodo is their favorite character, they're lying. They are lying.
It cannot be true. No, like he's really annoying.
I
remember when I watched the movies, I skipped every part where we see him.
I'm like, everyone's like thing is like, oh yeah, he's been corrupted by the ring. I don't care. He's still weak as shit and the worst character. Like, I don't care that the ring is corrupting him. I understand that being the thing that's happening, but I don't care.
The thing is though, even if that is the thing, his character starts as just like this guy. Like he comes in and he's just like, he hangs out with Gandalf and he just does this a lot, and it's just a real like.
Well, Frodo's story starts as the privileged white dude.
Yeah, shocking.
And he stays that way the entire time.
Oh my god.
I love how I started this discussion and I'm not a Lord of the Rings girly, so I don't even have an opinion. I'm like,
that's fair. Thanks for joining, Silka. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
What are you reading?
I am reading this.
Oh,
it is the cutest cover,
right? I recently got it, and it's like told in verse, and it's basically about an otter that gets attacked by a great white shark, and then it gets to like a sanctuary to get rescued and stuff. So far it's just really adorable.
I feel like that's so very different to the book that I'm reading, that is just like not wholesome at all.
I just needed something wholesome and something easy because I haven't read anything for the last couple of weeks. So I just needed something fast.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
So
Well, we got 37 pages here, 2.5 chapters, finished your short story collection. What the ratings did you give it, Priscilla? Let me know. Another 10 pages here. Yeah, Lizzie is on another level. Don't worry about it. Enjoy your lunch. And yeah, collective gasp.
But yeah, I mean, and I do love sharks, so
yeah, me too. I also have this one that I'm probably going to start afterwards.
Cute.
I'm seeing a theme here. Like,
really? Is there a theme?
I managed to find these as well. I was looking around earlier. I was like, I could have picked any book to do for my reading sprints. Why didn't I pick any of these three?
They would have been good choices.
They would have been. You know, they actually fit Gothtober prompts as well, because you've got 2 gothic fictions and then a BIPOC book.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You could have done that.
Yeah. Anyway. Gave it 4.5 stars. I feel like there's a lot in there that I can use as a writer myself. That's really cool. So Priscilla and I actually met during our masters, so I like talking to Priscilla about writing. And at the moment, the Discord that we're in is very excited about NaNoWriMo and just spending the whole of November writing. And I am terrified because I probably won't get any writing done. I probably won't get any reading done. I'll probably just be snoozing the entire time.
Good old-fashioned procrastination.
We'd love to see it.
I'll force you to do something if you want.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll try.
You'll try. Celine texts me on a regular basis being like, can someone shout at me to read? So I don't know how much accountability she's going to bring back the other way, but we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see.
That's fair. That's fair. So who else is grabbing lunch during the next sprint? Because I feel like... Yeah.
Well, like food.
Yeah. What are you guys having? What are you eating? I'm
having kind of like a brunch thing. So I have some stir-fried veggies, and I made like a bunch of different stuff that like it doesn't sound good at all, but I swear it's gonna come together. I have like scrambled tofu and like fried veggies. Like it doesn't sound good. I'm hearing myself say that. I'm like, no, it sounds disgusting. It's gonna be good.
It doesn't. It sounds nice.
I have soup.
That's fair.
Love soup.
I love soup. Soup is good.
I am a very fussy soup eater. Like I can't eat tin soup. Like, got to be fresh soup. And I'm just because the thought of drinking food really puts me off. So like I am a fussy soup eater.
I'm not that fussy, but I find it very jarring if I have soup and then like a warm drink at the same time. That feels weird.
That's why I had my warm drink first.
Smart. I think we're doing garlic mushrooms and pasta for lunch, aren't we?
Ooh, that sounds
really nice.
Sounds really good.
Now you're all making me hungry. Maybe I should go grab something as well.
Yeah, I think maybe we all just need to accept the fact that the next sprint is a lunch sprint. That's fine.
I just got back home from an apple festival.
Oh, that's cute.
Because the city that I'm in right now, I'm in my parents' summer house, but the city that I'm in is called Abeltoft, and the first part of that word is apple. So every year they have an apple festival. Everybody is doing things with apple, and it's just really great. And it's so nice and cozy.
That's lovely.
So fun. And there was this game. I don't know why it was a thing, but they had a chicken, and then there was a square with a bunch of numbers, and then you could bet on where the chicken would poop, and then you could win stuff.
Wow.
And I was like, why?
Country folk have to make their own fun.
Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? And people are standing there waiting for that chicken.
It's chicken lunchtime as well.
That's so stupid.
So I gotta go feed all of those.
All of the chickens. I love that you're like, I have to like emotionally prepare for that. Like I can see it on your face. You're like, all of the chickens, all of the
animals. To go outside. I have to put my boots on. I have to feed them. To be honest, the lunchtime. Oh, I have to check for eggs as well. Oh.
What time do the dogs need walking?
3:30.
Okay.
I've got time. The daytime, it's fine up until about 3:30, and then 3:30 to 7:30, it's just like, it's all go. It's like too much is going on. Can't cope. Because like those would be the hours that I eat, but like the animal, because like when I eat at home, that's the signal that I'm done for the day. Like the last thing that I do that's like not for me is cooking. Which is obviously for me as well, but it's the last like taxing thing I have to do. But here I have to like eat and then go back out into the garden in my boots. And I'm like, this is just not the vibe.
Like emotionally, I'm done now. Can we be done now?
Especially because I've been up since 20 to 7.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lizzie, I'm sure will empathise more than I can because she was up at ridiculous o'clock this morning because her cat decided to wake her up.
Yeah. Wow. At 5 a.m. he decided he wanted to be a menace.
I see Hamilton does wake me up in the morning, but he tends to be between the hours of 7 and 9. It's not like a regular thing, so like you don't know what time it's going to happen, but at some point he's going to start crying outside of my bedroom door and want food.
He was just meowing at me this morning for like literally no reason. I'd give him attention and then he'd sit and stare at me from my desk meowing. And I'm just like, what do you want from me? I'm not getting up at 5 a.m. to feed you. That's not how this works. And I'm not letting you outside either. And then he just left me alone at like 6 o'clock. Like, okay, thanks.
He was work here is done. Bullying you for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if we're starting a group. If a group has been set up in that Discord, but I don't think I'm going to be passively in it, so it's not quite the same. Dreamlight, is that the Disney one? Is that the one you were saying about earlier? We can do writing sprints of that. Yeah. I feel like I do want to do some writing sprints because Kelly from the Velvet Library and Olivia from Olivia's Catastrophe are also writing during Nano. So I feel like there may be some bits, but I really should finish the book that I'm writing.
Maybe you should do start to finish sprints and you have to write an entire book in sprints.
I think the most I've ever written in a day is 12,000 words. So I could definitely do like a short story or a novella in a day, but I don't think I could do a whole book. I think I would die trying. And I'd be really disappointed in myself as well, because I do write a lot quicker than I read. Yeah, I like that people are getting more and more excited for Nano.
Wow. Rude. I'll tell stuff like that when I'm feeding her a lunch.
Like, delicious. I used to work when I was a teacher. The school had a working farm, and there was like that one PE teacher that would always make the same joke of like, oh, these are going to be delicious, and the kids would get really upset because they would have like young farmers club and stuff like that, so they're spending all of their time down the farm raising these animals, and there was a farm shop and stuff, and like, but it was the younger ones. I was like, you need to stop bullying these kids. They don't need to know that.
I did make a joke yesterday because one of the chickens that my dad's got isn't in such a great shape, so she's got like big patches of feathers missing, and when I saw her yesterday I said she's already half plucked for Christmas dinner. My dad was offended.
I mean, I don't feel like you're wrong, so no, that's fair. Cool. Okay, in which case I'll set the timer on so we can go.
No, I have to go outside.
You do. But then you get to come back inside.
That's true.
Right. Swings and roundabouts. That tiny silver lining. Cool. Right, I'll see you in a bit. Hello. I've just about hit the 90-page mark, and we have been joined by a Becca.
Hi.
I was very confused. I was like, I've been here this entire time.
We now have two Beccas because we like to make it super, super interesting.
Yes.
So, Book Sanctum Becca, how are you? What have you been up to, and what are you reading?
I've just been taking photos for Instagram and listening to My Heart is a Chainsaw, and then now that I've done that, I'm going to be finishing Babel.
Nice.
Today.
Nice. Are you enjoying them both?
Yeah, I'm enjoying Babel more than I thought I would, because it's a very slow build, character-driven thing that's very literary in like talking about like, words and all the rest of it. That usually goes over my head, but I'm actually really enjoying myself, and I'm just like, this may be a 5-star read, and now I'm confused about everything I know about my reading taste. So that's fun.
That's fair.
I'm just looking at the dogs.
Me too. I was like, I'm listening to Becca. This is all very interesting. But it was when the dog on the sofa went, no. I was just like, I just really enjoyed it. That was really cute. How'd you get on?
He this every time, but if you throw it at him, it just bounces off the end of his nose.
He's just like, what? It's so cute. How was your lunch, Celine?
It was good. I feel like I should go grab a drink in the next sprint.
Yeah.
So I will really do that.
That's fine.
And how was the pasta for you and Lizzie?
Pasta was tasty.
Okay.
The pasta was really nice. Really nice. I can't remember where I got that. Was it a Morrison's sauce, that one, Lizzie, or was it a... I think it was.
Wherever you went shopping last.
I think that was Morrison's. Which is weird, because I quite like the Sainsbury's ones. But the Morrison one's really nice. Anyway. Yeah, Silke, how'd you get on?
First I went and grabbed a chocolate muffin.
Oh,
why not?
good.
And then I read about 100 pages in that book.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Now I'm probably going to finish it next sprint, hopefully. And then I will start something else.
That's fair.
My indecisive mind decided to bring 6 books to the summer house. I'm staying here for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to work, so it's not like I can read all day. But I brought 6 just
You
for
have
this.
options. Please.
Yeah. If you'd only taken 2, you wouldn't have wanted to read any of them.
Exactly.
So, no, that's fair. And Lizzie, how'd you go?
I ate lunch, and then I ate a brownie, and I watched YouTube while I ate my brownie.
Nice.
And then the sprint ended, and I was like, well, okay. I'm still in the middle of a video, so I won't be reading straight away the next sprint. I'll be finishing my video.
Yeah, that's fair. Lizzie and I went to...
Because I wanted to make a brownie the other day. I forgot the brownie in the oven. It's not a brownie anymore.
That's so
it's
sad.
a cake. Like it's a chocolate cake at this point, but it was supposed to be a brownie.
At least it wasn't chocolate flavored charcoal. At least it wasn't chocolate flavored charcoal.
Well, it wasn't that burnt, to be honest. Like it's just kind of like a decent chocolate cake. But it's I wanted a brownie.
We went to a pumpkin patch yesterday that had a farm shop attached, and it was about an hour's drive to get there. And by the time we got that, I really need the bathroom, and I like beelined to the bathroom in the shop and like spotted these brownies like on the way in, and was like, "I'm coming back for you." And then like grabbed them on the way out because I was like, "I need them." And actually, they are the nicest brownies I've ever had. They're really good.
I'm jealous. I want brownies.
Tasty. And how were the chickens, Becca?
They were fine. I don't think that they're happy I'm here though, because we only had one egg.
Oh, I like this.
Not
is
very
nice.
32 chickens and only one egg. It's just not really good ratio there.
Yeah, for sure.
But I've hurt my back somehow.
Oh,
And I don't know how, because like I was fine this morning, and then suddenly I wasn't. But like I didn't, like normally when you hurt your back, you feel it.
yeah.
I didn't feel it. It's just it wasn't hurting, and then it was.
Has it maybe seized from like the cold if you've had to like go outside and come back in and stuff?
Maybe. It might be because I've been wrestling with 80 kilos of dog.
Maybe.
That might do it.
Yeah. The comedian Frank Skinner always does a bit where he says the older you get, the less your injuries have stories attached to them. Like when you're in your like teens and 20s, it's like, oh my god, I did this and I hurt myself. Whereas like when you hit like 30, you're like, I woke up and this hurts. That's it. Yeah. That's the story. Like it just hurts now.
I'd understand if it was because like I slept in a bed that wasn't mine, but it wasn't. Like when I woke up, I was fine. I'm blaming you too.
Yeah, it's definitely their fault. Definitely. Let's have a look. So we got to. I can't eat soup. Is a no from me. That's fair. That's fair. Priscilla has gone to enjoy her afternoon, but Abby is all up in the comments now. Actually, Abby was hilarious at the quiz yesterday because Abby has not seen any of the films that were referenced in the quiz and still managed to walk away with 23 points. So, not bad at all.
Good guesses.
Really good guesses. And a little bit of cheating. There was some Googling going on, but not for like full answers, just for like general lists of potential films it could be.
My favourite one was the 1972 question where she just looked up films that came out in 1972 and then chose Carry On Matron or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Carry On Matron, she thought would be the first official Final Girl film.
That one was my favourite one out of all of them. And maybe the Camp Rock answer.
I also really enjoyed Fawlty Towers as being one of the films that was inspired by Geen, the serial killer. The last chapter was emotional. I'm almost crying. I like a book that makes me cry, and I don't know what that says about me. So I kind of want.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was good because I give a book 5 stars if it makes me cry. If it can make me feel anything, it gets 5 stars. Like good work, you know. But yeah, hopefully the next chapter will be easier on you. Read today's chapter of Dracula, and I'm eating bacon. I'm really, really enjoying, and I know this is like partly because it's spooky season, and partly because Gavin has recently done a whole vlog reading Dracula and going to Whitby and stuff. I'm really enjoying people that have never read Dracula before reading Dracula for the first time and discovering that the first 11 chapters of Dracula is just Jonathan Harker talking about what he ate for dinner. That's it. That's what like there's like little hints as to who Dracula might be, but it's basically just a travel journal of him like driving across Romania, trying all the food. And I just really enjoy that.
That sounds like what my autobiography would be.
Yeah. I went to this weird place. I met some cool people, and the food was amazing. That's basically it. I did some small tasks, did Duolingo, and read 1.5 chapter. That's cool. Now actually indoor track cycling. We talked about cycling last week as well. Good morning. Gonna grab some coffee and decide what to start today. Let us know. Let us know what you decide to read. Yeah, just playing.
They're making out now.
Oh,
each other's faces. Bit incesty, but whatever.
Yeah, I find it less weird when it's animals, just in general, you know.
Yeah, it was tragic.
When I was younger, I had no stories to my injuries because I just had bruises all the time and no recollection of how I got them. I used to walk into tables like as a teacher all the time, and I used to try and play it off as like, oh, I was just like leaning into the table or whatever. But students would be working and they'd be concentrating, and then I would trip into their table and just jog the entire thing, and I would just watch their pens go like across their page, and I am so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry I did that to you. And they just
I've just realized as well that I fell down the stairs 2 days ago and didn't hurt my back, but now I was awake for an hour and it's like my back just decided to be so like great.
Oh, so maybe it's DOMS then. Maybe you've got like the delayed onset.
Maybe.
Is it a thing?
Yeah, so if you work out in the gym, you get this thing called delayed onset muscle spasm. And it's basically where you work out and your muscle kind of stretches itself to a certain point and then stays there. And if it tears, it will stay that way to protect itself. So then your body it won't hurt that day, and it might not hurt the day after, but it will hurt the day after that, because that's when your muscles are starting to repair themselves again. And it's just like the delayed thing. Because I did that. I was working out before I went to my graduation. And because the dress I was wearing had no sleeves, I wanted to kind of do a lot of like upper body stuff. And I ended up tearing a muscle in my shoulder. Not too bad, but it meant that I was at my graduation in a sling, because I'd managed to hurt myself. And it hurt more on the day of graduation than it had the entire week leading up to it. So it could be that. And if you fall over and your muscles are like then tensed because you're trying to like save yourself and stuff, it could be that.
When you work out as well, the 2 days afterwards, like if you do weights 2 days afterwards, is when it hurts the most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the DOMS. Where do we get to? Yeah, just Googling for comedic purposes. Giving your current 5 stars. If it made you cry, it's got to get 5 stars. And the day after working out is the worst. Yeah, and that's why the people that work out tend to try and go to the gym every other day anyway, so you can kind of just keep going.
I do 2 on 2 off, and I start with weights. So I do weights on the first day, cardio on the second, and the third day is off, because that's when the weights will hurt.
Yeah, that's smart. I don't mind so much if I do like a leg day and my legs hurt. That doesn't frustrate me as much as if I do arms and then my arms hurt, because I'm like, I've got stuff to do. Please don't fail me now. We're enjoying how talkative the dogs are, Becca.
Yeah.
I have a Vow So Bold and Deadly, so book 3, Cry Wolf, and Stolen Tongues. I've only heard of one of those, but I enjoy that one of them has wolf in the title.
I think Stolen Tongues is supposed to be really creepy.
I mean, the title's quite creepy.
I'm pretty sure I've got it saved on Scribd as an audiobook, and the cover looks spooky as heck.
It's really spooky. Yeah.
Spooky as heck.
Spooky as heck.
Delayed muscle soreness, feeling more hungry. Yeah. We should be impressed by people working out. I'm getting better, having late that soon. Cool. Have fun. Right. I'm actually really enjoying this, but the time jumps are really jarring, because there's no definitive way this, like, each one of this is going to start. So you kind of just have to guess when the time is, like, depending on who she's talking about. And even like in her married life, it's just skipped 2 years, because she's not talking to her husband about stuff consistently. She's not sat there monologuing to him, so he's kind of like discovering stuff as we go. But some weird stuff's happening. It's not supernatural weird stuff. It's just like awkward weird stuff. There's a guy that keeps dropping Polaroids of his penis around a girls' school, which I'm just like,
nice.
Is
that like the OG dick pic?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Flashing, but of a different sort, you know. It's a bit sinister and a bit creepy. But yeah, but apparently she's like, her husband has just found her collection of them. She's got about 20 of these Polaroids. Yeah. And I'm just like, I don't know if that's the sort of thing I would keep, you know?
You know, some people have hobbies. Leave her alone.
I mean, I collect it. That's
like
just
notches in a bedpost. Like
Yeah.
take a little penis Polaroid.
The thing is though, like he's really sweet. So she's like, it's not what you think. And he was like, well, are these guys that you know? And she like explains to him the story, and he's like, that tracks, and then just like leaves it. That's fine. Like he's chill with it. And I'm just like, interesting.
Well, we know how it goes. Sweet guys always are with psychopathic women. You only have to ask Curtis. Like, he'll tell you.
Yeah. But she's rooming with this girl that she absolutely hates, and it's like, oh, I think I know who's going to be the body that started at the beginning. So anyway, should we do another sprint? Should we do some more reading?
I feel like we should. I
feel like we should too.
I'm just gonna continue playing fetch until my arm falls off.
Yeah, no, 40. They get 45 minutes worth of fetch. That's it. That's all they get. Cool. Right, I'll see you in a bit then.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I managed 40 pages that time, and I'm officially halfway through.
That is great. I still haven't finished this book. It's taking me forever. I think I have like 20 pages left, 40, 30, 30.
That's fair, but you are annotating it, and it is a classic. I don't think anyone's expecting you to get it done in like 5 minutes.
No.
Maybe. I don't know.
How did you get on, Becca, with the books?
I think I only read 15 pages, but I did wander around for like half of the sprint. So.
That's fair. I need to move in the next one because I can already feel like where I've been sat for so long. I'm like, I need to move. I need to move.
That's why I moved as well. I was like, I cannot stay on the same chair.
Mm. How'd you get on, Lizzie?
I didn't read.
There's a theme here, Lizzie.
I finished the YouTube poll. It happened. It just was on autoplay, and I was like, well, start playing now, so I'll read after this video, and I just didn't stop it.
That's fair enough. I'm like fully expecting you to just stick on something like Critical Role for like the next sprint and just be like, okay, well, this is me for the next 5 hours. Like that's it now. How'd you get on, Silka?
I finished this one. It was adorable. I loved it. And I started this one, Fortunately the Milk by Neil Gaiman.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that my theory of me liking his middle grade but hating his adult is correct, and so far it is.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this. It's very ridiculous. It makes no sense, and I like that.
Oh,
that's fair. That's fair. And what about you, Becca Book Sanctum?
I've read about 30 more pages, I think, to be fair. I did not check my page count.
Fair. How much have you got left? Because you're like real near the end now.
Yeah, I've got about 90 pages left, I think it is. Literally this much.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, well, if I hit my target for the next sprint, I will be in the last 100 pages, which is really exciting. Very exciting. Let's see how everybody else did. Where did we get to? Swapping between the Man U Match, my book, and these sprints. I'm try and finish the X-Hex. Emma is back from her nap and is not feeling good about it. Finish What Moves Are Dead. We'll start Babel next. Cool. Nico is here.
Oh, hi, Nico.
Let us know what you're reading, Nico. Started Devour So Bold and Deadly, read 35 pages. Joined late and got 25 pages.
That's
cool. Do you guys watch, like, just with like cold cases, do you watch like true crime stuff or anything like that?
I do love true crime.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too. I listen to a podcast mainly.
Yeah, I prefer it as a podcast over documentaries and stuff. But I don't know. I prefer the ones where they're like, the people doing it aren't necessarily professionals, but they've got an interest in it. And they can discuss it. I find that I like that.
Yeah, I'm listening to a Danish one, a Danish podcast with two girls who I think they're cousins, and they started it because they have an interest in it. So each episode, they will pick a case each, and they won't know what case it is. Most of them are Danish cases. So it's also kind of interesting because all of it is in Denmark, most of it, or has some kind of link to Denmark. So maybe it is a Dane in America that has gone insane. And it's very interesting. And I like the fact that they're not professionals. They just have an interest in it.
Yeah.
That's just really cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's cool. 5 chapters and cleaning your room. Audiobook is making me tired. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes you need to mix it up.
Yeah.
But you're on 12 out of 48. Reading 2 books. I can't decide to pick for sprints. Pride of the Orange Tree or Hell Followed With Us. Thoughts?
I haven't heard anything about Hell Followed With Us, so I would say Priory. But like it's a big book, so I don't know.
It's chunky.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard about Hell Followed With Us, and I've been so intrigued by it. So I'm going to vote for that.
I'm also going to go with Hell Followed With Us because I think Priory's overrated.
I agree. I thought Priory could easily have been 300 pages shorter, or just should have focused on one like narrative. Like, it's great that it has like multiple characters and stuff, but I feel like that would have been built up over a series. It would have been more interesting to me, even if it was like 400 or 500 pages per book in a series. There was too much going on, and I just didn't care. I read it for the dragons. The dragons only rock up like right at the end.
And there's no the thing that they all build up to doesn't exist. Like the thing that the story builds up to is like 15 pages. So you read like 600 pages of build up to read 15 pages, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed Priory.
That's fine.
I understand the criticism, and I completely agree with like it would have been better as a series because she'd been able to flesh out some of the more complicated lore. But it's a standalone, or it was a fucking standalone. It's not anymore because apparently she's doing a prequel. So I feel like I would choose Priory just because it's so huge and you want to get it off your TBR. Like I would choose Priory for that reason. But if you want spooky, Hell Followed with Us sounds more spooky.
Spooky season for spooky books. True crime and high. Priory is still on my TBR. I'm in the middle of both. I feel more accomplished if I can finish one. So Hell, yeah. No, I think if you're going to stick around for a while, go for Hell because that one you'll probably finish.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Lord of the Rings, then a whole series. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Lord of the Rings is my brand. Can we all say it? Just step back a minute. I don't like this attack.
I love how none of us are like, oh, poor you, Lizzie. It's just like
fine. It's fine.
That's what
I think it hurts the most because it's true.
Yeah, that's what BookTube is. BookTube is making a particular series or book your brand because you love it so much, and then discovering that no one else likes it. Like that
No,
is...
I do love Lord of the Rings. You know that, Lizzie. I love the universe and the books and the movies. Like I watch them all the time, so I do love it.
There you go.
It's fine. It's fantasy written by an old white dude, so I get why people don't like it.
We can attack the things we love. That's fine. That's not bad.
I'm not a Lord of the Rings girly. I just can't. And I can't even watch the films.
Well, for me, it's a nostalgia thing. So my dad used to read them to us as kids. My dad refused to read books that were for kids, like other than like The Hobbit. So he read us The Hobbit and then the Lord of the Rings series and then the Harry Potter series and stuff like that. But that's because he was interested in them, not because they were like books for kids. So for me, I reread them when Ashley was doing Tolkien along, and it just didn't hit the same because it wasn't the same as like having my dad read them to me. And I much prefer the films because I just like, if I'm going to stick a film on, I want to know that I'm going to be there for like the next 8 days, just enjoying it kind of thing. So it's kind of perfect for that. But my mum has fallen asleep every single time we've put them on. She's fallen asleep every single time. So I know they're not for everyone.
I stopped paying attention about 10 minutes in, and then like I'll just sit there and stare at the screen, but like nothing is going in.
Yeah. If you need a day, I feel like they're perfect for like if you're like, I've had a really late night and I feel rubbish and I just need background noise and some kind of comfort fantasy aesthetic, like that's great. But if you're not going to pay attention to them, like that's
Aww.
I always remember the first time I watched Lord of the Rings. I watched the last two on a school night, and I was up until like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then I had a like early morning lesson the next day in a tiny room which was really hot with the most boring teacher with the most droning voice ever talking to us about Romeo and Juliet, and I nearly fell asleep. So I was like, worth it for watching Lord of the Rings, but damn, I was tired. That lesson went over my head entirely.
Yeah.
Best way to do it though.
I've done that with other books. I can't remember the last book where I did this, but where something dramatic happened and I wasn't really paying attention, so I had to go back and reread it. Or where I've read a book and I haven't noticed the dramatic things happened, and then I've talked to someone about it and they're like, oh, how did you feel about this thing? That was like really important to the whole plot. And I was like, didn't register it, didn't notice. Did not see it. There's quite a few. Because Lizzie, you've been watching the TV series spin-off.
Yeah.
It's just the same.
I enjoy it, I think, for what it is, and if you're not like it, they didn't get the rights to certain things with Tolkien, so things aren't going to add up. Things aren't going to like follow the canon that as written because they literally aren't allowed to follow canon. They only got rights to certain things, and there were things I fucking hated about the finale. But I also kind of loved them for what they were, and I think if you're just a fan of the movies and don't really give a shit that much about the lore or the books, like, you're going to enjoy it. Like, it's a fun series. I don't know. I think a lot of the
You've just come in very defensive. I just think that's really funny because I like.
No,
so
I've seen a lot of TikToks of people like being all like, "This is how epic fantasy should be. I'm a Tolkien purist." Blah, blah. It's like, let people have fun and let people enjoy it. Like,
let people live.
It's
like
Tolkien is a fun fantasy. Like it's not Game of Thrones, which is the thing that always shocks me about it, because you hear like fantasy dude bros talk about it, and then you watch the movie and it's like hobbits skipping through like this really highly saturated like woodland, and I just don't get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, to me Tolkien is really fun. So like that's what I would expect. I haven't watched Rings of Power because I don't love Lord of the Rings, so I don't really want to. I don't want it to make me want to watch Lord of the Rings because I've tried so many times.
No, that's fair. I didn't massively love it, like the TV series, because Lizzie hosted Middle Earthathon, which was a week-long readathon leading up to watching the TV series when it premiered. And I watched the first episode and was like, this is so not for me. And there were like so many things that I didn't like about it that had nothing really to do with Tolkien or Lord of the Rings. I didn't like the writing. I didn't like the way it was edited. I didn't like just like the how it was constructed, and I found it really difficult to watch. And I just found myself rolling my eyes at dialogue and like the way certain stuff was done. I was like, I'm not going to enjoy this, so I'm just going to leave it here. But
which is
that's
fair.
Like it's just like that's it. It is what it is. But that's why it tickled me, Lizzie, when you came in so hard, because I was like, I've like actively not talked to you about it. Like Lizzie will come downstairs and tell me stuff about it, but I don't have an opinion on it because I don't want to come in like super negative and be like, well, you can't enjoy it because of these things, because it's not real. It doesn't matter. You can just,
there are certain choices they made with putting certain characters in peril, and certain characters, you know, oh, are they dead? Well, no, we know they're not. Like we literally know these characters are going to survive. Like I don't like that was when I was like, stop playing this game. Stop playing this game. We all know Isildur lives because he cuts fucking Sauron's hand off in the first movie. Like, we all know Galadriel and Elrond survive, so stop pretending like they're going to die at any moment. Like, it was shit like that. I was like, why are you putting drama in this when we all know? Like, everyone fucking knows.
See, I was watching House of the Dragon, though, because if you pay attention to Game of Thrones, you know what happens in House of the Dragon, because it's like this massive historical event. So, like,
well, they reference it. They like certain characters reference House of the Dragon, and like that's why I'm like, oh, I like Rhaenyra, and I don't want to get attached because I know what happens.
I think is it Joffrey takes Sansa down into the dragon pit underneath the thing and tells her what happens.
Yeah.
Also, Jaime Lannister gets the Book of the Whites out and starts talking about Kristen Cole and like what happens with him. So like, and then obviously like the plot of House of the Dragon is the Dance with Dragons. That's the big event that's coming up, which obviously one of the entire books in the Game of Thrones series is named after. So
he takes it's not Sansa, it's the Tyrell. It's
Marjorie.
Yeah, because she's like pretending to be like all excited about it and stuff. And there was something else that's similar to that where it was like, okay, I get it. It's a prequel. You've kind of shared this, but I can't remember what it was now. But actually, to be fair, with Game of Thrones, I watched the first season, then I read all the books, and then I watched the later seasons. But my friends were not readers; they were gamers, so they didn't read any of the books. So when like big events, like the Oberyn stuff, I was sat there knowing exactly what was going to happen and watching them more than I was watching the TV series, because I was like, I know what's going to happen, and then watching their faces like as all the shit's kicking off was just great. And then obviously later on where it goes past the books, that's when I was like, oh, now I know how they feel. This is awful. I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, I just realized, I went out to collect eggs.
Well,
I left one in my pocket and the dog stole it.
Oh no.
But she's just nursing it. She hasn't cracked it or anything. She just has it.
Oh,
that's so cute.
That's
so cute. Fantasy do bros. Gatekeeping, it's just not the one.
All the ones who shout at you because you've come up with a little theory of your own. The amount of times on TikTok where that's happened, where I've been like, oh, this person's coming in, so maybe this person's coming in, or something like this because it's directly related. No, I get shouted at. I'm just like, come on.
Yeah, good for you. Nah. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, visually it was stunning, and I feel like it's the sort of thing where I would absolutely put it on in the background just to have some like background image. But
you know what's interesting? The last episode is the first episode where I haven't liked the effects because they use CGI. Like, I haven't noticed necessarily when CGI has been overused, but in the last, like in the finale episode, there was a certain bit they used CGI, and I was like, that's the first time I thought that looked shit. Like, I think the way they did the orcs and stuff, the practical makeup looked fantastic.
Yeah. I was talking to someone about this the other day because I was talking to someone about my business, and they were saying, oh, like, what kind of books do you sell? And I was like, well, I'm really selfish. I only have books on my website that I'm either excited about or I've read and really enjoyed. And they were like, oh, I noticed you don't have a lot of stuff on there for men. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? There's a whole mixture of stuff on there. Like, what are you talking about? And they were like, oh, well, I only read nonfiction. And I was like, okay, there's nonfiction on there. And they were like, yeah, but it was all about like women's stuff. And I was like, I need to end this conversation because you and I are just not going to get on. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. But then after we'd had that conversation, I noticed that any guy that I was talking to, I was like, oh, what do you read for fun? And they're like, oh, I don't really read for fun. If I am going to read, I'll read nonfiction because it feels less like a waste of time. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? Reading is not a waste of time.
That makes reading hard work if you're only reading nonfiction.
Yeah. Like, just read for fun. Read for fun and have a good time. But where I started playing D&D with like friends from school, I keep recommending them books, like high fantasy books that have like a D&D vibe where it like moves really quickly and there's like lots of characters and stuff like that. So I'm working on it, one guy friend at a time. But I'm just like, if you're only reading nonfiction, like I get it if you really like nonfiction, but if you're only reading nonfiction, I do worry about you a little bit. We're enjoying the dogs looking grumpy when they're not being played with as much.
Well, the worst, like if one of them wants attention and I give it to them, the other one comes in, and then if I give that one attention, then the original one. Like I've got two hands and I'm stroking them both, but they're both fighting for attention. So I try not to.
Yeah, they're so cute. Just casually stroking the dog, and then yeah, no one likes a Dubro. Dubros are the worst. Dubros are the worst. Do you guys know of Drew Afuelo on TikTok and Instagram? She's known as the hyena laugh, but basically she gets comments from people talking about like her weight and stuff like that. And anytime someone on TikTok or Instagram is being slated by an ugly guy or whatever, she will just roast him. And she's got like a podcast now, she's got merch now, and I die every time I see someone try and come for her because I've never seen anyone so succinctly destroy a man before. And she's just everything I want to be, you know. She's just amazing. So I would definitely recommend it.
She's got me curious. I need to check her accounts.
I've got a couple of her videos saved as favorites, Celine, so I'll drop those to you later.
Yeah,
yeah, we'll do. They're very funny.
I need to learn the ways.
Yeah.
Men on TikTok are the worst. Put it that way.
Yeah. Drew is doing great work. Yeah. Cool. Right, I suppose, yeah, we should read some more, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I really wanted to finish this book.
I'm going to bounce
because I'm other books to get to.
All of the dogs.
All of the dogs. Do you have them on, like, are they on separate leads, or are they on one of those ones that, like, are connected? Or
they're all on separate leads, but as soon as we get across the road onto the field, the Grace, the little old one, goes off a lead. And these two are actually all right. They don't really pull.
Okay.
Which is surprising.
That's fair enough.
But it's just a lot of leads, so like if they both go in 2 different directions, then that's me falling over.
Yeah, I do feel like it's going to be a lot of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
stopping them getting tangled. But yeah, they don't really pull, which is good because, like I said, 80 kilos of dog. It's 100 if you have Grace on as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Well, thank you so much for joining anyway. I hope you have a nice chilled afternoon. Cool. Well, enjoy your afternoon then. Cool. Right, I will stick the timer back on. Bye. Bye. Let's get the timer set up. Right, I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
I'll try and read this time, but I'm going to finish the video.
I'll be honest, Lizzie, I am not holding my breath.
Me neither.
Hello.
Oh.
Lizzie's clearly got a good bit. Which, to be fair, I have too. It's getting a bit saucy. And I'm on page 177. So I think that means I got about 60 pages that time.
I have 4 pages left, like literally.
Exciting.
Well, fucking finally, it's the end of the day, so.
It's not. It's only 4 o'clock. Well, 5 for you. But...
Well, yeah, 5 for me, so.
How'd you get on, Becca?
I've got this much left. I'm on page 490, so I've got 56.
You're doing great.
Yeah, that's really good.
Getting there.
What about you, Silka?
I finished, fortunately, The Milk, and I also finished my Goodreads goal for the year, which I didn't even know. I just put them in, and then confetti and everything on my phone, and I was like, wait, oh, all right.
Love that for you.
I didn't realize I was close. Well, I knew I was close, but not that close.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well done. Congrats.
So, and yeah, now I'm deciding which book to read next, and I don't know which one to pick.
What are your options?
My options, okay, let me just. My options are A Whale of the Wild. I have no idea what it's about, but my favorite animal of all time is orcas. So then I have The Eye of Ra, which has something to do with ancient Egypt and time traveling.
Ooh.
Then I don't have glass jackets on them, but I have Glass Slippers, which is in the Sisters Ever After series. So it's kind of like classic fairy tales, but then they all have little sisters and we follow them. So this is Cinderella's little sister, and I have no idea what's going to happen. I read the first one, which was Sleeping Beauty and her sister, and that was actually really nice. And then I have one that's called Thirst, which I believe has something, it should be a little bit more hard-hitting, and it's about this young girl who's determined to get like clear water to her village in India, and I think something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's something a little bit more hard-hitting than the other ones, and I don't know what to read.
I would second one.
The second one? This one?
Yeah, the Eye of Ra sounded really interesting.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna do that one then. It's a series, and then the second one is ancient Greece, and the third one is like the Mayans, I think.
I like that. I think it's
or Aztec, something along those lines. I will do this one then. It's also not the longest, so
that's
good.
What about you, Lizzie?
Oh, I read about 30 pages, and I feel like Amy McCall is a Stefan person. She said something in this book, and I went, I've just made a snap judgment of you in this exact moment. And the weird thing is, I know she's a Spike person.
Yeah, I was going to say, I swear she said something along the lines of her being a Stefan person when we had her chilling out with us last week.
She for sure is, because there's a line in here where they're talking about like vampires. This isn't a spoiler, but she says like they're chatting, and she says something along the lines of like you can choose to be like Stefan or whatever. It's all like a choice. And Jared goes, oh, like I thought Damon was the cool brother, and Mina goes, oh, if serial killing is cool,
which it is, right? That's the question.
Yeah.
How can you be Team Spike and Team Stefan?
That's right. They're very conflicting.
Yeah, because to me, it's either you go for the dark and broody one or you go for the fun one. And
I always go for
They
the
can be both.
It's not
They
even
can
a
be both.
question. I can just spot them and be like, yes, I know I'm gonna like you the most.
I go for the morally great emo dark backstory. If they're wearing a long trench coat, I'm definitely in.
It's always the chaotic bad boy with a heart of gold. Is the one.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that is the one.
More of that, please.
Yeah. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, that's cool. Which actually, having said that, it's quite interesting because obviously I'm writing my supernatural thriller urban fantasy. The main character, the love interest, if you can call him that, is actually the opposite of that. He's not broody or anything like that. He's very like calm and stoic, which is very similar to the love interest that I wrote in Bridesmaid Survival Guide, who again is calm and stoic and compassionate and can communicate. And I'm like, I'm attracted to this kind of guy in fiction. But I keep writing a very different kind of guy in fiction. So I don't know if anyone's going to find him sexy because they're like, Hannah, he's not interesting. He's just a nice guy, but like not in like a nice guy way. Like he's actually.
I feel like your main character has the dark and brooding backstory that he doesn't need a dark and brooding backstory too, because that's too much.
Yeah, if they were both dark and broody, I feel like it would be too much. She can be angsty enough for both of them.
Yeah, for sure.
So we may have lost Lynn to Rings of Power, but that's understandable. Finished Sabriel. What did you think? Someone with a sinister little white cat. I liked it very much. I really enjoyed Meg as a character. That's really cool. Kayla managed 47 pages in the cold cases. We were talking about that earlier. That's really cool. But I feel like Emma has fallen asleep because I've not seen them type. Oh no, they went to IKEA, didn't they? It's a bit to IKEA.
I'm about to fall asleep. I'm struggling. I really am.
Yeah, I'm okay when I'm reading, but then the moment like we start chatting, I can feel I'm yawning.
I've been awake all the while I was reading. I'm really struggling to stay awake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for that circle jerk of yawns there, Hannah. Really appreciate that.
One, how dare you describe it as a circle jerk like I instigated that on purpose? I yawned into my arm, and I can't help it if you guys aren't sociopaths. So
I thought it was quite apt description. Actually.
Apt, but so upsetting. So upsetting.
See, I like that I've managed to do that. I managed to get that reaction off of you, and that's all I really want.
Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. But I'm officially over halfway. I've got how many pages have I got left? I think I've got about 120. Because apparently, according to Goodreads, this is like 320 pages. It isn't. It's 304 pages. So yeah.
Reads lies most of the time. That's why.
Yeah. So probably another 3 hours worth of reading. So like 6 sprints because they're not 3 hours long.
Yeah, I hope I'll be able to finish this one.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. What are you going to pick up after you're done with Babel, Becca?
It's called For Good and Evil.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool. I have the whole I have the 6 books on my Kindles. I need to get to them at some point in life.
I've been saving this because the movie comes out this week, so it's like right. Time to give it a read at last.
I definitely need to continue with that. I have the third one is just lying next to my bed back home, and for some reason I didn't bring it, which is just the dumbest thing I've done all year, I think.
No.
But I so want to finish it before I watch the movie, but I'm not sure I can wait that long.
No, that's fair.
I might just watch it and then finish it afterwards. But I'm also not sure how many of the books that it's supposed to be based on. I think the first 3, because the last 3 are called something else. Well, they're still called School for Good and Evil, but they're called the Camelot years and not the school years. So I think if I read the 3rd one, I should be safe.
I have no
idea.
idea.
I'm done with the school years.
Isn't the film just adapting the first book?
It could just be the first book. I'm not sure.
I've got no idea.
I haven't really looked into it. I'm just like, I better be safe.
I just saw the trailer and went, well, that's Kate Blanchett is narrating, if I remember rightly, and Charlize Theron's there. And I went, okay, right, I'm in.
Yeah.
I don't need to know anything else.
It looks really cool. I'm so excited.
It looks so good.
I'm so excited.
That's cool. Cool. Well, we're getting fewer comments, I'm assuming either because people are chilling out, just watching, or are reading. So I can throw us back into another sprint if you want, or we can chat for a little bit longer. It's totally up to you.
I do not mind either.
I'm good either way.
I'm pleased. I'm pleased. Yeah, what do you guys think of my timer? What do you think of my swanky Jane Eyre themed timer?
I actually think it's a bit shit.
Well, I like it,
So
Obviously, I'm kidding. It is fantastic. I prefer. I don't know. No, I don't. I think I like this one better. Oh, I don't know, because I really like the leaves one. I like the aesthetic. I like the crackling, kind of like autumnal feel to that one. But this one is like a really relaxing, nice, like way, like gentle way of doing it. I like that there's not an alarm to jump scare me every time.
That might be why I'm falling asleep, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I can put the rustly one on instead if you prefer.
No,
maybe switch it up. Maybe
it's just it's a little bit different. So it's not difficult to get on there.
No, because it fits my book. Like it fits the aesthetic of my book. You have to keep
the Jane Eyre one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want you to do more.
I am tempted next year to do like one a month of like a different theme.
That's a good idea.
But they're a pain in the ass to do because obviously all the clips are royalty free, the music's royalty free, and then it takes like 4 hours to render with the timer ticking away. That's the only thing that means that I won't be able to make them that regularly.
Oh.
You could do one for each season.
But I could do one for each season.
You could do that.
Seasonal ones. I could definitely do that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know how to make them now, so that helps. But yeah, we shall see. So, okay, well, let's do the Jane Eyre one once more, and then we'll do Rustling Leaves. Because I feel like Rustling Leaves is going to suit your Dreadwood more.
Absolutely, for sure. Yes.
Wait, is that the... Can you show me that cover again, Celine? Okay, yeah.
It's the middle grade that I've got downstairs.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure I recognized that, but it's all I could see was orange because I couldn't see it properly.
See, I had this plan when I started, like before Gothtober. I was going to do the first week. I was going to do a weekly vlog, which was going to be my witchy romances. The second week was going to be my dark academia stuff, and then my third week was going to be middle grades that I've got, spooky middle grades.
Yeah.
So far, I haven't read any of my witchy romances. I'm halfway through my Dark Academia one, but I haven't finished Babel yet. And I'm like, do I just start the next one, even though, like, I don't know. So I just need to finish the vlog.
If it makes you feel any better, I started a vlog 2 months ago and I still haven't finished it yet. So you're not the only one.
But it's seasonal. It's all spooky themed.
Yeah, that's true.
See, I have my Spooky Middle Grades Part 2 up on my editing software, and I've maybe edited 8 minutes of it, and I'm losing the will to live. I've just left iMovie open. I'm like, if I leave it there, it will keep on. Like, I won't lose what I've already done, but it's also there. Like, you should edit me, and now I'm starting my vampire vlog. So
yeah, you should edit me.
But I also can't edit and be on stream at the same time because my computer will like blow up or something. I don't know. It always does something really fucking weird if I'm like even just on StreamYard talking to people without going live. My computer's like, no, we're not going to help you.
No, that's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair. Okay, well, I need some kind of caffeine. I might make tea or something to just.
If I do make a coffee now, I will never sleep tonight, ever. But it's very tempting.
Could you have matcha or something instead?
As if it was doing anything to me at this point.
I don't know. It's just another hot beverage, isn't it?
God, can I go make something?
Did you say something as well, Silke? Were you going to make a tea or a coffee or something?
Yeah, something. I don't know what, but something.
Something.
Let's go all make something. Let's go have
Something.
some sort of caffeine in our bodies.
Yes.
Well, I'm changing from having an old lady smelling room, which is apparently what Gothic Mansion smells like. I really enjoy it, to the derelict warehouse scent.
Ooh.
I'm trying out all the Gothtober candles. Okay.
I've got the morally grey one burning downstairs, which smells amazing. Another Grace and Honey candle. Because I came downstairs after going to the bathroom and all I could smell is garlic. That's
Oh
it.
yeah.
And I was like, I didn't notice it when we were downstairs eating lunch and then like milling around. Didn't notice it. Went upstairs, because I cleaned the bathroom, all I could smell was bleach. So then I came back down and all I could smell was garlic. And I was like, how dare you?
Yeah.
I've also heard really good things about honeys. I hope it's good. Cool.
It does
Right.
ring a bell. What is it about?
What was that? Say that again?
It does ring a bell. The honeys. What is it about?
Yeah, it's the one that's got like honeys down the front. It's another, I think it's another like dark academia thriller, girls at school kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like bunnies, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, this is the Divines is very similar to that as well. Like, there's nothing supernatural happening. It's just weird.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm starting to realize I have a growing collection of books where it's like girls being horrible to each other at school, which is hilarious to me because I went to an all-girls school and it was never that bad. It was actually really mundane in comparison to like this.
Interesting.
Oh. Anywhoozle, right, I'm pressing play and I will see you guys in 45 minutes when hopefully I am more caffeinated.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I'm officially at the 200 mark, which means I've got 104 pages to go.
That's really good.
I'm very pleased. It's taken a sad turn rather than a sinister one, but it's yeah, it's really dark. It's really dark.
That's a good thing, right?
I like a dark book. Don't get me wrong. So
Yeah.
I'm all for it. But like Lizzie and I read Ghosted for one of these start to finish sprints. It's very similar to that. It's just set at a boarding school. So it's very boarding school vibes, but not the Harry Potter boarding school vibes type, like a real boarding school. So, how'd you get on, Becca?
I managed to clean the kitchen and get some lunch, so I've only read 10 pages. But that means I've only got 46 left to go. I'm like,
Why are you all so productive? Cleaning
and Sunday.
Yeah. Who does that?
I'm forced to be productive on a Sunday. It's how this family works. We get everything done on Sundays, in theory.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get on, Celine? I assume you finished?
Yes, I did. And I'm on page 40.
Nice. So you're moving through that one a lot quicker then.
It's cute. I really like it. It's like it's spooky.
Good.
Spookier than I thought it would be. So easy.
I'm really excited for that one. Yeah. What about you, Silke?
I got super distracted by TikTok and every other social media thing that I have.
The worst.
So I got the first 2 chapters down, and so far I'm liking it, and it's moving really, really fast. So I think that they're already gonna do the time traveling thing after 2 chapters, which I like. And then we also had a tiny crisis where a baby bird flew into the window, and we weren't really sure if it was about to die, or so it was just sad, and we had to keep the dog away from the bird. So
that's fair. That sounds really stressful. I hate it when that happens. The cats have brought birds in a couple of times, and it's so stressful to me because I'm like, I know it's normal and I know it's natural, and like with baby birds and stuff, if they've got no sense of direction, like I know
we didn't really know what to do, but we ended up kind of putting like a stick down to it and see if it would jump on that, and it did, and then we took it and moved it to a tree or something nearby, at least so that the dog wouldn't get to it. But aside from that, we have no clue what you're supposed to do, so we're just gonna do that and leave it. And hopefully it won't die.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yes,
fingers crossed. How'd you get on, Lizzie?
So as you know, Hannah made tea, and we acted like complete fools in the kitchen. And all I can think is our neighbours across the way, like across our garden, can see like right down into our garden, and because our kitchen is a conservatory. And I'm just like, what do our neighbours think of us? Like we did like a weird Argentine tango type thing at one point. Like it was all a lot, wasn't it?
I would have loved to seen that.
Yeah,
would have been great.
But like, also, does it matter what they think of you at this point?
No,
but I just sometimes think, like, what would I think if I saw those people doing that? Like,
they were having a good time.
Like, you're both lunatics. You're both crazy lunatics, but it's
But
fine.
what killed me is at one point Lizzie was like, we were making like weird noises and like singing songs, but not with lyrics, just making noises. And Lizzie was like, imagine if you weren't muted. And I was like, oh, like came and checked. I was like, no, I am muted. It's fine.
We wouldn't have told you. We would have just wanted to hear all of that.
The comments would have been like, what is happening? Like it would have just been constantly like, what is going on?
So now I have tea, which was lovely. And I read another like 30 pages.
That's not too bad.
No, but I want to finish this book.
No. Don't know why the way you did that really tickled me, but it did.
You think you'll be able to today?
Possibly. If I don't get distracted from now on.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, I think the one distraction that might get you is dinner. But considering we were both like, I'm not that hungry, like half hour ago, so I don't know. Don't know. Right, let's have a look at these comments then. Let's scroll up to where we were. I went for a walk and watched some indoor cycling track. Love that for you. Hello and welcome. Just reading Dead Inside. That sounds.
I love this. I don't know what the book is about, but I love it already.
Yeah, I was feeling the same way. I'm like, I don't even know what it is.
I
but
should read this book. I should read this book.
Such a mood.
Kids that my dad roasted me was like, okay, I'm done watching Sprints. What do I think the star rating is going to be at the moment? Like, it's really well written. It's really interesting. The characters are really unlikable, but the premise is really interesting. So I don't think it will get lower than 4. I will be really, really surprised if it gets lower than 4. It hasn't made me feel loads, so I don't think it will get a 5. But I might core pile it to see if it comes out as a 4 or a 4.5. But my instinct is 4. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. And I definitely feel like I could recommend it because I feel like there are so many books that if you like them, you will like this. So if you like dark academia books in general, I think you will like this. If you like The Furies, if you like As We Descended, if you like what's that Shakespeare one? If We Were Villains. I feel like if you like those, you'll like this. It's very, very similar in like a lot of elitist kids being dickheads to each other, basically. But yeah, so we shall see. Up to chapter 6 in The Honeys, and I already really like it. It's very gothic in style, and I love the sibling investigation. Mysterious death of their twin. Love that. Ooh. I was saying this the other day, and I can't remember when we were talking about this. It may have been the last lot of Sprints, but my favorite kind of like mystery is when it's not a professional, so it's not a procedural, but it's someone emotionally invested in the mystery itself. So a sibling or a friend or a partner. I find that just so much more easy to engage with.
I can see why. Yeah.
Abby is back. They drew. Only read 25 pages of Dracula. I'm going to try and finish the Imagination Chamber. I mean, Abby, you've got the link. Feel free to jump on and hang out with us. Silka is in mood. I believe that's what you were talking about being on TikTok. Hello, everyone. And I used the last sprint for some productivity. Got my reading journal up to date and had some lunch. Love that for you. Going to read A Portrait of a Thief. Is that the Illumicrate one? That was the Illumicrate one, right? Yeah. What was that, Celine?
Stop being productive, people.
You're making us look bad.
Exactly.
So to answer this question, like it's really funny in hindsight. So you weren't here for this, Silka, but basically on page 1, you discover a dead body. And she went to a school where this really big scandal happened, and people, we've got bots again. Let me just let me delete those people because I don't need private chats with girls. Anyway, she was, but she's keeping this secret from her husband, who's a really open, compassionate, and like caring guy, which is really funny because now that she's like married and has kids with him, she's finding him really grating, and it's like, well, he hasn't changed. It's just you. But she is keeping this really big secret from him because she won't tell him what happened, and he she's like, oh, well, he must have secrets too. So she like sneaks around the back of their house and watches him pee. And then is like, oh, I hate this because he sat down to pee. She found that really shocking and upsetting. And it's like all these really like awful things have happened at like when she's a teen. And then that's the thing she's upset about as an adult. And I'm like, in the story, in the moment, it makes sense because it's like it racks up drama. But I cannot fathom having all these things happen to you. So like, spoiler alert, she's just lost her virginity to someone who is much older to her, much older than her, and he has basically dismissed her the day after. Like, he's got his own shit going on. He's basically said goodbye. She's had to go and deal with getting contraception and stuff after the fact. She's dealing with all this. The girl who is regularly bullied is the only one who's giving her the time of day to look after her. Like, all this other stuff's going on, but she's upset because her husband sits down to pee.
That's just
like that's not something you want to die on.
Like, it's just bizarre. So yeah, just really, really bizarre. So no, not shocking things like that, but genuinely, like, yeah, the way that people treat her flatmate is awful. There's a girl, basically, she's clearly not from the same level of money as they are, so they keep taking the piss out of the way she speaks, and because she's got a temper, they just keep pushing. And I'm like, I think we can all tell who the body's going to be. So stuff like that. But I am enjoying it. The lad does want to play ball today. That's fair. That's fair.
Abby, you should stop turning off your laptop. Just stop turning it off.
Just get a new one already.
Yeah.
I mean, thing is, laptops are really expensive, so I do understand that it's not easy to just go out and buy another laptop. And also, Abby's only recently moved into her new place as well, so I know that when I moved in here, it was months before I could afford to like buy anything for it. But
yeah, I recently bought a new, not laptop, but like an iMac because I needed it, and it was just so expensive.
Yeah.
So expensive, but I definitely needed it because before then I had 2 MacBooks because I had borrowed one from my dad. So I had one where I did my posters, and I had one where I had all my YouTube stuff, and there wasn't enough room for me to have all of it on one, and it would take hours to just finish a video that was maybe like 15 minutes long. Whereas now it takes 3 minutes or something for it to render and everything. So it's just, I'm so happy I did it, but oh my god, that was so expensive.
Yeah, it's
so worth it. So worth it when I finally did it.
I'm having my computer serviced sometime this week. They're going to do a remote service and like just update loads of stuff for me, which means I won't be able to use my computer for a couple of hours. But to be honest, I would rather do that than just have it straight up crash on me, which I've had happen before. So I'm trying to fix it like the slowest.
I had my computer crash 2 days before my final exam.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that feeling because I had my cable snap.
You have this
laptop.
We had this computer service place thing close to where I live, and we called them, and it was on either a Sunday or just like a holiday thing. I don't know, but they were closed, but we called them anyways. And he was just the nicest because he could hear the panic, and he drove to the store to meet us there so he could look at what was wrong. And then he gave me all of the stuff that were on the laptop, and then they took it to fix it. So I could, I got all of my stuff, all of my exam stuff, but the laptop was dead, completely dead.
My cable snapped, like lodged into my computer.
Oh, yeah.
On my way to my first lecture.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, where I was at, like going to like a business thing, and my tablet decided to just die that morning. Then I dropped my laptop and broke the screen. And I was like, what am I doing? This is awful. I can't do this anymore. I mean,
I accidentally stepped on a laptop once.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I broke the screen. It was under a pillow, and I forgot it was there, so I stepped on it, and then it just died. Yay me.
I mean,
Techno's
that's
hard.
happening.
It was just so stupid. I don't know. So whenever I use my laptop in bed, I now like push it under the bed if I'm gonna put it next to it, because there's no chance I'm gonna step on it when it's under the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
for
I've
sure.
learned my lesson. I'm not gonna do it again.
Yeah,
but-
I've lost so many glasses that way because I've like left them on the side and then they've like slipped off, or I haven't noticed that they were on my bed and they've fallen on the floor. And then I'll like get up in the morning and I'll hear them snap, and I'm just like,
oh, lovely.
every goddamn time.
That happened to me. It was a long time ago, but I had new sunglasses, Dior sunglasses. Like they was less than a week old.
Oh,
I
right.
stepped on them, and I was like, I want to die. Like, I want to kill myself. I've never had any brand of sunglasses ever seen, like ever
No,
again.
no,
Like,
I don't spend more than
like
£5
$10,
on mine.
$15, and that's it. Like ever again.
I mean,
No, that's fine.
I once had an iPod go through the washing machine because I'd accidentally left my school hoodie at my aunt's and it was in the pocket. And she went, "Oh, I'll be nice and wash it for me, so next time I come over." And she taught her sons to always take everything out of the pockets. So naturally, didn't check the pockets, and it went straight through the washing machine. And I was like, my iPod was in there. She was like, She was like,
Yeah, that's a big yucks.
yeah, that was a panic moment, to say the least. And naturally, it was dead. Luckily, they exchanged it for me.
Yeah.
I'm praying for your bank.
Oh yeah, praying.
We're
for
all
it.
praying for your bank.
Yeah, that's really stressful. But I'm glad that these are consistent for you. I mean, it's hilarious that anything of mine would be consistent because I'm not good at consistent. Every time I get into a routine of something, I then ruin it somehow.
Yeah.
Self-sabotage.
I'm the
That's
same.
totally wrong.
Yeah.
Like I used to post twice a week and then do sprints and stuff. And now you're lucky if you get a upload from me during Gothtober.
What is filming? What is vlogging?
What is life? Like, what is life? To be fair, actually, it's been really nice because so the video that has gone up most recently is me explaining what I do for a living. And I had done it for a completely different reason. So it had nothing to do with BookTube. But I was also like, I haven't edited a video for this week. And I haven't uploaded anything this week. I need to just upload something so that it's not reading sprint. So I uploaded that, and everyone's been really nice about it. But Imena texted me earlier and told me I was an inspiration. And I was like, you are adorable. Like, it was just really, really lovely. Because I was like, this is not for BookTube. This is just a kind of, I talk about my work a lot. Like when I'm vlogging and stuff, I'll be like, this is what I'm reading. But first I have to work, and I never really like explain what it is I'm doing. So I was like, I get like it's up there so that you can just be like, oh, that's what she means. But I didn't expect people to be, not that I expect people to be like nasty about it. I just didn't expect people to give a shit, to be honest.
No, like it was a really good video. Like it was a great video, to be honest.
Thank you. But yeah. I mean, I do look like I'm having a mental decline because I start off by being like, hey, I'm a writer, and that's what, and then by the end I'm just like, and this, and this, and this.
You're so funny in the video, like for real.
Thanks. I have swapped over the Jane Eyre to the Rustling.
Okay.
Because I thought, well, now you're reading Dreadwood, we'll mix it up a little bit. And I wanted something different because I've been listening to the Jane Eyre thing all day. I was like, I just need something different. And because I'm into the last 100 pages, I'm ready for some Rustling. So if you guys are cool with me doing that one instead, I'll leave it.
Yeah, completely cool.
Cool. All right. In which case, let's do another sprint. Because if I start now, that means we're done by 6, and it means that we can chat for a little bit, and then Lizzie and I can decide if we are having dinner or not.
That sounds good. I'll do the same.
Cool. All right. Well, then I will see you in 45 minutes. Welcome back.
Hi.
I managed 50 pages, which means I have 50 pages left. And yeah, I have no idea where this is going to go now. Like, it should have ended by now. Like, all the stuff that I knew needed resolving has been resolved. So now I'm concerned.
Well, we shall see then. I hope it's going to end good, at least.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. How'd you get on, Lizzie?
I read just under 80 pages. So I'm now halfway through.
Excellent. Excellent. Silka?
I managed to eat my dinner. And that's about it.
That's bad.
TikTok scrolling as well. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
I may take a TikTok break actually in the next sprint whilst we're sorting dinner, if we do dinner, because yeah, knowing that I only have 50 pages left, I'm going to finish a book before 10 o'clock.
Woo!
Like, who saw that coming? Who saw that coming? So, what about yourself, Celine? Thank you. How'd you get on, Celine?
I'm on page 100. I stopped because I went to start dinner, so it's cooking. And yeah, I'm on page 100 now. And I'll never finish this book, I feel like, before the whole thing ends. So we'll see. But
you never know. I mean, 100 pages in 2 sprints. Because I know once I've done this one, I've got an hour left of my audiobook of The Man Who Died Twice that I want to finish, because then if I could finish that as well, that would be amazing. And then I've got some short reads. Like, I will probably still read until 9 o'clock. It just won't be the pressure of finishing something. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe I will finish this one then, maybe.
Yeah. So I feel like I want to get at least... I when I was here earlier, Silka, I said that I had so many options to choose for a start to finish sprint. And why did I not choose any of these? They're so tiny. But I did. So hopefully I can finish this one in, like, not in the next sprint if we're eating, but whatever, the next sprint, then finish this one this evening, and then maybe start one of the little ones. How about you, Becca?
I literally have 6 pages left. I'm in the epilogue.
You're so close. We basically have finished it.
Yeah.
Finally! I only started this last Sunday.
That's really good. That's really good.
Actually.
To be fair, I did have 2 days off from reading it because I was busy reading other things. So it's not going too badly. I didn't read anything on Friday either, so.
No, that's fair. It happens. It happens. So Ali's here. I'm very proud of you that you ate breakfast. Even if it is leftover cake, it's still breakfast. It's something. Deanna is also back. Just putting away clothes and hopefully pick up the fine soon. Don't worry about stress about it, because actually this isn't so not what I expected. It's not necessarily the dark academia at school vibe, and far more boarding school bitchy girl shenanigans. But I think you'll still enjoy it. But it's very, very different to what I was expecting. And then, well, not very different, because I knew it was going to be like Furies anyway. But got 57 pages further into Portrait of a Thief. Now 40% in. We love to see it. Who's tapping? Is that you, Lizzie?
It's me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. I was just trying to work out, because I could just hear, like, it was almost like you were like trying to do like a Morse code thing. I was like, what's happening?
Someone is typing loudly. It's always me.
It's always me.
I've been told before, so it's me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. So, what's everyone's plans for the rest of the evening?
Dinner, Strictly Come Dancing results, then watching Halloween Kills. Before we
Nice.
watch Halloween Ends tomorrow in the cinema.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
We've been working through the Halloween movies for the first time ever throughout the last month, and it's like, right, we timed this perfectly.
That is commitment, though, because 13 freaking movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those movies never end, and the timelines are all over the place.
They never.
It's like, this movie now ties into this one, but now this one isn't canon anymore. She's had a kid, she hasn't had a kid, she's dead, she's not dead. I'm just like, make up your mind.
No.
Michael Myers has a will to live that I will never have.
Like, I feel like if Celine became a serial killer and then like someone was like fighting back and tried to, she'd be like, all right, I'm dead then. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You don't have to make it a big deal.
You got me. I'll stay dead.
You got me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really funny. Oh, I'm just gonna check Twitter because I would check Twitter all day.
Me neither.
Anything exciting's happening. People are finishing books for Gothtober. We love to see it. Actually, it's really nice. Actually, I really love when people tag me into books they finish for Gothtober, because especially when they're Gothic books, and I'm just like, yes, I can add these to my list. Love that for me. So what's the plan for dinner, Lizzie? Are you hungry? How are you feeling? No, not hungry. Lizzie's gone like right off her food, and I don't know how I feel about it.
No, I'm not hungry at all. Which is not ideal. I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think it's that time of year where we've all just started feeling a bit. Ugh.
I usually get that in the summer. Like, I usually lose my appetite in summer because it's too hot to eat. But I don't know.
I do as well, but I also lose my appetite during the winter.
Oh. I don't. I tend to like eat a lot.
But it's also just kind of, this is going to sound strange because obviously you can make whatever you want whenever you want, but the Danish wintry food, it's too greasy. I don't like it. It's too much.
No, that's fair.
Especially the Christmas food. Basically, our entire Christmas food table thing is just brown. I don't like it. But it's only one day, so it's fine. But still, a lot of people during Christmas will be like, oh, let's eat pork every day. And I'm like, oh, no, thanks. I'd rather not.
I'd rather not.
Ravioli instead. Let's do that. But no one does that during the winter. It's always soup or pork or potatoes.
I mean, you can't go wrong with potatoes.
I love potatoes. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But yeah, I don't know.
I love it.
But the specific type of potatoes that I'm thinking of, they're just boring, and it's just regular peeled potatoes, and then you boil them. I don't like that. That is the only type of potato where I'm like, really? We couldn't do anything else with them than that?
We couldn't spice this up a little bit?
Spice it up a little bit? Like, what? So, yeah. It's the season of boiled potatoes, and I don't like it. Well, that, and then for, like, Christmas dinner, we have potatoes, but they're, like, sugared potatoes. So we caramelize them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it is spectacular. The best.
Love that. Love that. Welcome, Abby.
Hi.
How are you doing? Long time no see.
I got the computer turned on. Aren't you proud of me?
Very, very proud of you.
For you.
What time did you turn it on?
3 hours ago.
I'm not sure. Sometime around 5:30.
Okay.
Which for me is unfortunately, for me, unfortunately, that's not too bad. So.
Yeah, I can't. I have my fingers crossed for you that you can sort a new computer soon.
Well, yeah, it's just I was gonna be closer to it, and then I got myself a birthday present of finally replacing the iPhone 6 from 2014.
Yeah. Is it worth it? Is it
old tech? It's not good.
All the old tech. Did you hear Celine's question, by the way?
No, sorry.
Is the new iPhone worth it?
I cannot answer that question for anyone else because I went from an iPhone 6. Like Celine, I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited about iOS 13 updates.
Like, I have an old one as well. I have the 8. Like, it's not 6, but it's 8. So I feel like it's...
Then yes. If you've got an older one, then I think so. But yeah, mine's bad.
like the home button. I still have like the round home button. So like I feel like it's going to be
Okay, I will say, yeah, I'm adjusting to how to physically use the phone because
it's face recognition, I guess.
Yeah, so there's no Touch ID.
Okay,
which is
I'm
weird.
gonna have a problem with that because I do not look like that when I wake up in the morning, so I won't be able to use my phone until I like.
It's weirdly good. It's weirdly good at that. I did one with my glasses on. And it was like, okay, do you want to do like an extra in-depth one for when you're wearing a mask? So you don't wear a mask for it. They just do like another like check of the face. And then they were like, also, we've recognized you're wearing glasses. Do you want to do one without the glasses on? And then you can set up multiple. So say you do like like your face looks the same. You're beautiful regardless. But say someone does extreme makeup and like drag makeup and wants to be able to unlock their phone in both circumstances, you just do another one like you do multiple fingerprints.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm still adjusting to being able to like switch between apps and things like that. I keep going to tap and like because there's no home button, I would swap between apps by double pressing it to bring up all of the apps and then go back to one I was using already. And so you like swipe it up in a weird way. And then I have damaged hands, and so I used to use the double tap on the home button it brings the screen down, and it was meant for the bigger iPhones when they came out, so you can reach the corners. And I use that even though I've got a small one, but that is no longer in existence. So I'm having to adjust to like trying to use a screen that is bigger whilst not being able to bring it down and having a dodgy hand.
I think mine still does that, but I don't know how I do it, so I can't help you. But mine does that sometimes where it brings it down, and I'm not sure how I am doing.
Figure out how, because I genuinely
went from an 8 to a 13, I think.
Which one exactly do you have? Like, because there's 4 different. No, maybe not 4, but like there's at least 2 different ones. There's like
I've got the 14 Pro,
size, then the Pro, then the Plus, like stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so I've got the 14 Pro, so it's the same height as the regular 14, but it's meant to be the fancy one.
Okay.
Can I? Does it work? How?
I feel like a grandma. I'm like, I don't know how to use the new iPhones, and I hate myself for that.
Oh yeah, you can.
I genuinely hate myself for it.
But that just brings all the notifications.
No, if you do, like, I just did it. So if you here and then pull it down at the bottom. So not up.
I love you. You've changed my life. My life has been in existence for all of 2 days because this phone arrived the day after my birthday. But thank you so much. Genuinely, thank you.
I knew I'd done it, but I just didn't know how. So that comment really helped me. I was like, oh, okay. Now it makes sense.
Also, yeah, Emma, I apologize. You said that, so I thought you meant like up here, because like, you know, you there to bring it up, so I thought you meant there to bring it down. No, it's down here. There you go. Ta-da. For anyone else wondering, who needs a second view after something. Anyway, moving on from the fact that I finally upgraded from when I was still in high school, my technology, let's talk about books again.
Yeah, Abby, what are you reading?
A lot, as always.
Standard.
Half of the course.
So Dracula is downstairs, because I've been reading that and I've read my section of that for today. Then I need to read 50 pages of Pillars of the Earth.
Ooh.
Do not recommend to anyone.
Not enjoying.
No one.
No.
The other sections are beautifully written, and I do have preferences for, like, I don't like the way that he's chosen to focus on certain things, so that would bring it down. But then there's just so much rape.
Oh.
Like, you guys know, especially you guys who, like, know me pretty well, I don't need trigger warnings. You need trigger warnings. There's so much graphic rape.
I hate that.
And everything it's very clearly written by a man. And I know you guys will get that, because I tried to explain to my partner, and obviously he is a man. And so he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, no, it just... And then every time that they're talking about this one specific girl, everything is sexualized. Even from, like, the nicest of characters. It's just about kids. And
here you go, second Stephen King.
Yeah, that sounds like an email right ever, to be honest.
Because it had so much potential. We're finishing it because we're at page 660 and I'm buddy reading it with Carrie from Carrie for Books. So we're buddy reading it, we're finishing it because it's like, well, we've read 660 pages of it, I'm going to finish it. But so that's not good. However, I am reading a good one.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm enjoying this one. And then I also started, because I have issues, The Imagination Chamber.
Oh, I thought that I recognized the title. It was this one. Yeah, I
got it for my birthday. It arrived yesterday. And I got it for my birthday. And it's a very quick read. And I haven't finished any books yet this month because, I went to London and there was my birthday and my parents. So I needed a win.
That's fair. No, that's fair. That's valid. I was looking at it the other day. I've not read a lot this month. And what I have read, I have almost exclusively read in my start to finish sprints. Like, that's it. If I was to carry on the way I have read this month, next year, I would read 4 books every month. And that's normal.
Yeah. Thank God you have those sprints. I wouldn't have read anything at all.
Right. But I'm used to reading 20 books a month, so it's very jarring. And Pixie with Pens on Twitter and TikTok describes it as having booktube brain, which is where you're beating yourself up for not having read a certain amount, when actually if you compare it to people that are outside of booktube, it's a totally normal amount of books to have read. That's kind of how I'm feeling about it at the moment.
But then normal people also have a lot fewer books sat waiting to be read on their shelves.
Yeah, well, I don't need to worry too much about how many books I have, because I'm not looking to buy any, and I've got some Christmas markets coming up. So I have taken the books that were on my own TBR that I got from Waypoint, and I have put them in stock boxes because technically they are still Waypoint stock. Until I've read them and picked them up, they are technically still Waypoint stock. Which means that has only left me the books that I've bought from Waterstones this year and gifted books, which means I only have, considering my owned TBR is about 300 books, it's left me with about 70, not including my TBR vets. So I'm not too worried. And then I need to do a brand new full owned TBR list in January, because it'll be after I've done those Christmas markets. So everything that's left will basically go back on my own shelves, because then Olivia and I are we're trying to clear as many books from our TBR as possible. Now Olivia is doing that by not buying new books and clearing as many as she can. I don't have to ban myself from buying any books. I just have to read more than she does so that I can clear them from my shelf, basically. So the idea is that we're starting with whatever number we start with. It doesn't really matter. It could be because I think Olivia's got 400 or 500 books anyway. I've got fewer books than her, but I buy books far more regularly than she does. It's how many we've cleared by the end of it. So the different number, as opposed to what our final TBR is, kind of thing. There's no prize for this, except for that we're both really, really competitive. We want to clear loads of books. So it doesn't necessarily matter how many books I've got on my TBR or how many books I sell, because if I sell loads, if I sell my entire owned TBR that isn't Waterstone's gifted books or secondhand books, I would still have a high number. I will still buy more books next year. So it's a case of, so long as I'm still reading more than I buy, I'll be okay. Because Olivia's just not going to buy any books at all, and she has willpower that I just don't. Yeah. I think it's really hard, because I think a lot of booktubers find it really difficult to switch that part of their brain off of I'm not reading enough. And it's well, actually, this started off as a hobby. You're allowed to still enjoy reading. You don't have to beat yourself up if you haven't read a certain amount, whether you set yourself a challenge or not. Because obviously, Abby, you do your balancing the books. So obviously, the more you read, the more you have the capacity for new books. But that shouldn't be if you don't read 100 books, you can't buy loads, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's so if I read loads in 1 month, but then don't haul loads in 1 month, that doesn't help me because it's each month. So I have to read more physical copies off of my TBR than I bring in. Thank the Lords that I preemptively said that October wasn't counting. Because if I try and show you guys the stack.
That front stack is from me. That front stack is all me, baby.
Literally, there's one book that isn't Hannah.
That's fair.
From that stack.
From that
so
stack.
Yeah, I'm very glad that like in January I was like October ain't coming. Because I need to get through those. But yeah, so it doesn't like matter how many books I read as long as I read more than I'm bringing in, but then I bring in more than I read. Especially because most of the ones that I bring in are like, because I do it to other people as well, but like gifted books. And I also make other people struggle with the fact that they now have 1 million books because I send them to people. But yeah, a lot of the times it's not books that I've bought.
Yeah, Olivia sends me books all the time. And every time she does, like she'll do like an unhaul thing and she'll be like, and this is going to Hannah. And like, I know that next year it will be worse because the moment either of us gets a book that we're like even remotely not sure if this is for me, and if the other person accepts it, it will feel like such a win.
So the reason why I'm looking at the stacks, I can't get it out. It's in the middle of the stacks. But me and Olivia read a big book each year. We started off last year with War and Peace. This year was kind of like a histo. Next year we're reading Les Mis. And so, as is tradition, Olivia has very kindly gifted me the book. But Les Mis in the Wordsworth edition for Cheap Classics comes in 2 parts. And so she put in her gift note that she hopes that I count this as a second separate book just to increase my TBR and ruin my balancing the books.
That is cruel.
So, yeah. Kind of feel like I have to now. Although The Lord of the Rings is just like, it's 3 books in one that I won from Lizzie's amazing Middle-earth-a-thon. Read-a-thon. This is counting as 1, because if she's making me do that with Les Mis, which is 1 book and it's in 2 volumes, this is 3 books and it's in 1 volume, so the 2 books that I've not read are just being counted as 1. So she's not 1 here. I've outmaneuvered her.
I've outmaneuvered her. She's busy playing checkers whilst you're playing chess. It's one of my favourite phrases when it comes to like manipulating a situation like that.
To be fair, with that Lord of the Rings, technically you'd have to count it as like 6 books if you're being technical. So I think actually just keep it to the 1 book because technically it is all supposed to be in 1 volume.
Oh yeah, because it's book 1 and book 2 of each book.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Olivia's losing. In this. Well, I'm saying that she did give me 4 books. So she's not losing that much.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. This is booktube brain. And I think whether you're a booktuber or just generally a reader that enjoys booktube, I think it's a real shame because I think it's such an easy mentality to fall into. Like I was trying to force myself to read 300 books last year, and everyone told me I was crazy for doing that. And I know that it was an insane challenge, but then I was seeing people read 400-500 books by August. And I was like, I don't understand how these people can do that. And it's making me feel shit about my reading. And it's like, well, no, actually, I read over 200 books. That's incredible. Because before BookTube, I read 11 max. So I can absolutely understand why some booktubers go completely the other way. And they set themselves a Goodreads goal of 1 book. And then it's like, okay, cool. Well, anything I read over that is great. Like, as a bonus. Yeah, basically. It's not even necessarily like who read more, but who can remove more. So both of us are happy to DNF books, and I unhaul books like a trooper. She unhauls books like a trooper. I've got 10 series that I filmed the video for the other day that I'm like, I want to start and finish these throughout the entire year. So I've already created a schedule for myself for when I want to read those so that I can clear them off my shelves, because that's nearly 60 or 70 books that I can just clear from my shelf immediately just by finishing those series. So And also because I'm really bad at finishing series. I've got a whole spreadsheet that tracks them. Never pick them up. Never pick them up.
At least you got rid of one by sending them over my way.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, I just wasn't amazed by that one. And I thought if I did continue, I'd do it by audiobook because they're on script anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the vibe. I just want to finish it just because it is by Derek Landy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I can absolutely see what people were saying, but for me, it was okay. It was too much like it was a lid for the candle that I was just fiddling with, and then I dropped it. It was too much like American Gods, and I really, really didn't like American Gods. We're talking about Demon Road by Derek Landy. We did a buddy read along of Skullduggery Pleasant, and fucking loved it. But I just really didn't enjoy Demon Road. It just wasn't the one.
Yeah, I just want to see what happens with the rest of the book, because I think Skullduggery was probably supposed to be just a trilogy at the start.
Yeah.
Because of the way that it's written. And so it's interesting, obviously, that he's left this one. So I want to see kind of how it played out. But at least it's very easy to read. It's still, if anyone is talking about it, like, it's not anywhere near as good as Skullduggery, but it is as easy to read as Skullduggery is. So, like, that 500-odd page book for Demon Road, I read in, what was it, 1 day of sprints? So.
If I remember rightly, he said he wrote that on commission or something, and then he speed ran, like, writing the entire trilogy, if I remember rightly, in like a year.
Well, because he did it between 9 and 10 of Skullduggery, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was in that gap.
There was a decent break between 9 and 10. So.
But that doesn't surprise me, actually, because I just don't feel like he enjoys it as much. But it also has that vibe of a Brit or like an Irish person going to America for the first time and experiencing America in a very particular way. Because I feel like authors that write about their American experience, it's always about travel, because they're moving just basically from like hotel to hotel as they do their book tour stuff, which is all signed in their contract. They can't get out of that. They have to do it as part of their promotional stuff. And America is so vast that it can just feel really monotonous if you're traveling from place to place to place. So I get it, but I'm done reading books like that. I don't care. So yeah. Anyway, but I like this comment as well. I never felt pressure to read more, but now I have people to study that read more, and I really need to keep myself from feeling bad about not reading that much. Yeah, I think finding a way to kind of separate that, because it's great to be ambitious and it's great to be competitive, but you don't need to be competitive with anyone other than yourself, and you need to find what you're comfortable with. Because I think that's and then there was loads of Abby no, do not.
Why not?
Apparently the translation's
well, it's too late now.
It's actually readable.
What I've been doing is that when I read these big books, I then, once I finish them, treat myself by buying the fancy Barnes and Noble's edition.
You're
saying it's a slog, so is War and Peace, Emma.
I was going to say, like, the last ones you've picked up, clearly I'm passionate about Les Mis. Shocking. With books I'm bringing in now, I only want to buy the next books in the series or from authors that I've read before. Yeah, that's fair. Terribly fail with that mentality. I bought a thread needle early this week.
It's the exception that proves the rule.
You're allowed. I won't find it. Hello.
I hope not.
Well, shall we? I'm gonna feed myself, because I know you're not hungry, Lizzie, but I need to eat something, because if I don't, I'm going to be really, really hungry later, and I'll end up eating more than I should because I'm hungry.
I mean, that might end up happening to me, but if that happens, I'll put some dippers in.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking of doing, is just a couple of chips and some fish fingies, and the veg I can stick into roast as well.
Because I'm just like, I know that I probably will be hungry, but I'm just like, I don't have the energy to cook. I'm not hungry enough to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to go cook.
Yeah, it's a shame that our favourite Dirty Fries place doesn't open on a Sunday.
I know, because that fucking
I was going to say, literally, me and Chris have got the exact same thing of he is the chef and I'm the cleaner, and he can't be asked to cook, and there's nothing that's like easy to cook that I could do. So we've just got burgers. He's pre-ordered burgers for when he finishes his little games night.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really nice place around here called R's Burgers, and they do dirty fries that has like chicken dippers and stuff in it, and they are so fucking good. They are so good. And I every week, usually on a Monday, because they're not open on a Monday either, I just sit there and think about ordering it, and then remembering that they're closed, and then I weep to myself because they are the best dirty fries ever.
They're not even on Just Eat for like pre-ordering or anything.
No, it's because they won't open until Tuesday.
I'm so lucky I don't have Just Eat in my village. Like none of the delivery places like deliver to my
I used
village.
to not have it.
Because otherwise I'd never cook anything. We already rely on ready meals and stuff from Iceland that I can just chuck on a tray and chuck in the oven. Because I don't cook.
No, that's fair enough. I don't mind it. I don't enjoy cooking. If I go in knowing what I'm going to cook, so like Lizzie and I, before we do the weekly shop, we work out what we're going to cook throughout the week, so I can buy everything and just like we buy what we need, kind of thing. If that's the case, then I'll be like, yeah, I'll do this. But we bought a couple of bits for the week, forgetting that we were seeing Hannah Ryan this week. Went for dinner to see Hannah Ryan, so everything else got pushed back, and then some of the stuff that we bought has gone out of date between now and then. Like it wasn't put in the freezer, it was put in the fridge, so it's gone off. So we don't have that super easy meal to just bang in the oven and stuff like that. So it's like now it's that point in the week where we're scraping together what we've got left before I do another shop tomorrow, which brings me no inspiration and no joy to try and do that. But I'm just whinging. I just don't like cooking. I'm just a whinger. So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go wrangle myself up.
I've actually now got to go thinking about it. It's getting a bit late. So,
well, you've got stuff coming up. You've got stuff to do.
Yeah,
gonna leave you guys now.
And a blog post to write because I've just remembered I haven't done that yet.
What are you like? What are you like?
This happens every Sunday. I get to about 7 o'clock at night and go, oh bugger, blog post, even though I have a reminder on my phone for like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Which is why they always get uploaded around midnight. That's fine.
And you're skedaddling too, Silka, is that what you said?
Yes, it is a little bit late here as well, and I have plans with my dad. So,
nice. Thank you both for joining. Anyway, it was really nice hanging out with you.
Thank you for having me.
Feel free to jump on next week as well. I'm always happy to have you.
I would love to.
Yes, I'm be able to. Bye.
Bye. I really enjoy that everyone's like, I also need to edit. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna check on my food as well because it's on the stove and I feel like I'm gonna burn something again.
Probably. It's all right. I'll chuck this on and then we can spread for 5 minutes and I'll see you in a bit. I was having all kinds of issues there. So Lizzie and I had a massive row, and now she's fucked off. So
Okay.
That's not true. We were having dinner. She hasn't finished yet.
Right. I assumed that was the case. But if not, I was here for the tea.
If there were tea, I'd have texted you already by now.
That's true.
But no, I was just, we were just having our dinner. We had McDonald's in the end. And I was like, well, I know I'll be able to eat it before, which I did. Managed to smash that. But she wants to watch some YouTube while she eats and take more of her time. She's not as hungry as I am anyway, so she'll take the time for it.
Fair enough.
I just thought it was really funny to come back and be like, yeah, Lizzie hates me.
Not again.
Right.
You're never moving in with me.
Well, I'm still trying to convince Celine to move in with us.
Yeah, well, you're getting close, so, you know.
What would it take, Celine? What would it take to get you to cross the pond?
I think just a job, like maybe just a visa, to be honest.
Just a small ask.
I think I'm just too lazy to try to get a work visa, but other than that,
I've said I'll marry you. If you need a green card, I'll marry you. We've known each other a decent amount of time. We could get through the whole situation. We could do it.
That is true. That is very true. That's funny because I think last week, was it Fairy Loot or Illumicrate? They posted that they were looking for someone else in the team. I was like, but like you have to have the work visa. They were accepting everybody, even in Europe and everything. But they had to have a work visa for like the country. So I was like, oh, dang it.
Well, then maybe you know, get one of those.
I'll look into it. Because honestly, I don't even. Yeah, why not? I mean, why not?
I mean, you'd be surrounded by books. You'd have your own room. You know, you'd actually have a room as opposed to a sofa, and it would be a lovely time. Lizzie and I are very quiet.
Right. Yeah.
Apart from when you're blasting Metallica because you're pissed off when you're doing dishes.
Yeah, like at 8 a.m. Yeah,
that was one time, and I don't live with that person anymore. So that's
yeah, Celine, as long as you're not annoying, you're fine.
Oh, it wasn't annoying. It wasn't annoying. Annoying was
I was setting it up to make a self-depreciating joke, Hannah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I was gonna say, which is why I'm never invited to live with Hannah.
I would absolutely live with you.
I am very annoying to live with. There's a big ass spider on my window.
Oh, I hate that for you.
No, I do have spiders in
my window is shut, and that is the only thing that has stopped me from freaking out right now. Anyway,
the thing is, like Lizzie and I have talked about, especially with like the like cost of living crisis and stuff like this, that being two of us, it is a big ask for this place because it's a 3-bed place. So we're paying enough council tax for 3 bedrooms. We're paying for a lot of gas and electric and all this sort of stuff. That it would make sense for us to take in a third person. We just really, really don't want to because both of us have been burned by moving in with strangers before.
Yeah.
So we just don't want to risk it. But
that's fair.
Friends? Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Celine, top of our list. Every time we talk about it, Celine, both of us mention you. Because both of us are like...
You just want someone to cook for you. That's all. I know that.
I mean, that would be a bonus, but we actually take it in turns. We take it in turns. Mm-hmm. I would become vegetarian for you if you moved in.
Oh, that's so nice. No, but like I can cook meat. I do cook meat. I don't mind. I just don't eat it, but I would.
My mum's the same. She would cook like just everything. You know, like lasagna, like if we're gonna have fajitas, she's there cooking the mince. As long as she doesn't have to touch it.
I don't even care about touching it. Like,
well, my mum grew up in rural Scotland, meaning that like she grew up on a farm, so very young. The meat was incredibly fresh. But then when they moved into the village, she then had to go to the butchers. That was her chore, was to go to the butchers and get the meat. But when I say village, I mean village. So she would just stand at the door and yell through her mum's order. And the guy would come out with the bag tied, so it had a really long handle, so my mum could walk home like this, carrying me.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Bless her. But yes.
Oh, like
How
yeah.
the house?
I need to become a famous published author so I can make loads of money and then just buy a place. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That would be amazing.
Yes, it would.
What did you guys read?
What did we read?
Sorry, what?
What are we talking about? Books. I'm joking. Like right now, I kept on reading that.
Did you read anything, Heather?
Yeah, I did. I read about 20 pages before our food arrived, so I've got 20 pages left. like I was so annoyed at myself that I didn't finish this because I was like,
you're going to finish a book before 10.
I know. No,
that's amazing.
Before 8, because I reckon whatever the next sprint is, like whenever we do that, it won't take me long because there's 2 chapters left, I think.
Yeah.
I almost want to celebrate by just grabbing an alcoholic drink.
Treat yourself. Why not?
And now I'm gonna have a cider. Thank you for that.
Well, the thing is, it tickled me the other day because I put, should I get myself an alcoholic drink or a chai latte to do the quiz with yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that.
And everyone voted chai. There was like one person that voted for an alcoholic drink, and I was like, "You're my people," because I like a drink.
I would have voted
for a
for
chai.
alcoholic drink. Like I wouldn't have chosen chai.
No,
That's cool. That's cool.
okay.
35 pages. Why did I nap? Yeah,
Because
but yeah. So I did manage 20 pages. How did you guys do?
36 pages because I was eating. So. And I really enjoy. I think I even prefer this book to Evelyn.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Well, obviously, like I'm not even halfway through it, so we'll see. But so far, it's really funny as well. Like they have good lines. I'm laughing. This is funny. So
Love that.
So I finished this.
Ooh.
So that's 40 pages. It's very like before you think that like before anyone's impressed, like this is like.
Come on, it's still that, it's still a win.
But yeah, so like it's still a book that's done, but like don't be impressed. So that was about 40 pages. Then I read 25 pages of a book I didn't mention before, which is Mindwalker by Kate Gillan. I just started it.
I was like, that is an interesting cover, and then I realised that it's not a cover; it's a book.
It's a Doctor Who book sleeve. Hi, I'm a nerd.
Is it August or the September?
September.
So I didn't get this one. I think I skipped this one then.
August was Lost in Time, I think.
Yeah, I got Lost in Time and I skipped this one. And
well, I'm only 25 pages in, but I'm interested, so I'll let you know if it was a bad decision. And then, so I read 40 pages of that one, and then 25 pages of that one, and then I read 30 pages of this one.
How?
It's still bad.
In 45, how in 45 minutes?
Because she's a quick reader.
Okay.
I mean, like, literally, this took, less than 10 minutes?
Look, I'm reading a middle grade book. And it's reading, the font is freaking huge. Huge. And I'm like, no.
That's 2 pages.
Yeah, but then it's also the pages of all the other ones as well.
1 page. Oh, look.
Oh, look. What is this book?
It's the new Philip Pullman one.
I know, I have it. It's on my shelf. I need to read it. But, I don't even know what it's about, to be honest.
It's just, little
so
snippets of, plot ideas and, world ideas that he thought about while he was writing the whole series, including the Book of Dust series.
I was going to ask, have you read the Book of Dust?
Yeah, I've read
the first 2 books.
Yeah, I've read The Northern Lights. I forget which order they're in. Northern Lights, Amber Spyglass, and Subtle Knife, and then I've read
La Belle Sauvage and the Secret Commonwealth, I think.
Yeah, La Belle Sauvage and the Secret Commonwealth. Yeah, I've read both of those. I'm just waiting for the final one to come out.
I feel like it's like Patrick Rothfuss, never gonna come.
I
Ever.
will personally find Philip Pullman and tell him I'm disappointed in him.
Yeah.
Where's that little slip gone? It's disappeared. Okay. But yes. So that's how that's going. So I'm very much enjoying Mindwalker so far. I'm not very far into it, obviously. 2 chapters in. There's these children that are trained up and have tech implanted in their heads, and then they're used. The US has been split in half. Like one side's good and one side's bad, and they've got spies that infiltrate the bad side. And so if they get in a compromised situation where they probably cannot get themselves out alive, then these kids, as in they start dying when they hit 18, will mind link with them and take over their bodies and then like get them out.
That's creepy.
Yeah, but like good creepy. Is that good creepy? I don't know, but I feel like it's
interesting creepy. Yeah.
Exactly.
And so then what's just happened, I mean, this is technically a spoiler, but also it's in chapter 2 and I'm 25 pages in, so it's not a spoiler. The very first guy that she mind controls really didn't want her to do it, and then comes in claiming that she never left his head, and then shoots himself.
Oh.
And so the plot's going to progress from here. And I'm like, well, how the hell is this going to develop? Because she's just turned 18. She's like going to die soon.
Yeah.
I'm interested. And then, yeah, this was actually more interesting than the section that I was reading yesterday.
Really?
Because me and Carrie both agree that the sections that are just about people living their lives are a lot more interesting than anything to do with William. And this was mostly just people living their lives. So those 30 pages were enjoyable. And I have another 30 to read.
You read so much.
And then I need to read these.
You need to finish this one.
I know. At least I finally finished a book this month.
I feel like
we're proud of you.
For a long time. You need to finish it.
I do. I'll get them finished soon enough.
Together.
I have like a shit ton of books on my stand and I need to read them. Like I studied them and same. I'm like, someday, maybe one day, who knows.
And also, I know what book's going on my TBR next, regardless of what I actually want to read. Give me a second, because it's behind the slightly concerning large stack of books. I know you can't see anything, but I'm maneuvering a lot of books here.
Oh, what's this book on top of the pile? Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, I'm not reading the book that's on the top of the pile, despite the fact that it was gifted to me by an absolutely beautiful woman. Absolutely gorgeous, wonderful human being.
Well, come on, stop that. That was...
I was just like, stop it.
No, but it's really, like, I really liked it, so I'm very curious to have your opinion on that, your thoughts.
I'm really excited to read it, but I'm also excited to read this one.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I loved it.
This and How to Kill Your Family are the next ones on my TBR because I'm reading a lot slower. Like, again, the whole like booktubering thing, but I'm reading a lot slower than I did last month. And so I need to make sure I get to them because Celine made me put Assassin's Apprentice on my TBR and Hannah put How to Kill Your Family on my TBR.
Oh, you're welcome.
They are my next ones.
They're very different reads.
Yes.
I was thinking like actually that I should prioritize for next week's start to finish sprints that I should read House of Hollow because that's the book for Bevy's practice.
Oh, right. I was thinking also of reading the ones that you did for me as well.
This Lizzie picked for you.
Little Lizzie.
Lizzie, did you hear what I said earlier when you weren't here?
No.
Okay, good.
Why? Why? What did you do?
Nothing, doesn't matter. What book did you pick for Celine?
She loves doing that. Oh my god.
I may or may not have told the internet that the reason you weren't on was because we had a massive row.
Lizzie's like, what? Did we? I don't remember.
It was really funny because I said, yeah, Lizzie's not coming back. We had a massive row. And what happened was both Celine and Abby went. And I was like, just kidding. She's having her dinner.
Also, just an update. The spider just moved rapidly.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah, a spider.
I think it just but abseiled.
Okay.
It just was in my peripheral vision and it just went like, you know, like Mission Impossible style.
I hate that for you.
I'm so glad it's outside.
What did I pick for you, Celine? I don't remember.
Oh my god, you picked the horseman, like a horseman. There's
Oh yeah, of course I did. Of course I did. That was sorry. My brain was like, nope.
Of course I did. Of course I did. Also, can I get a pat on the back, please? Because I am officially 10 subscribers away from 800.
Pat on the back.
Which means I've gained 26 subscribers in the last week.
That is good.
That's insane. That's insane. But also, thank you.
That is a lot of subscribers. I mean, it's taken them long enough to figure out that they need to subscribe, so...
Right. It's one of those things where, like, so I was sitting, and this is, like, BookTube talk, so, like, if you're not interested, guys, honestly, just read. It's fine. But I was sat between 640 and 680 for about 8 months, and I would get really close to 700, and then I would drop back to 640 when I posted a video. And it's heartbreaking when you make content and then lose subscribers. Like, it's like, why do you hate me? So it was a really, really hard thing. So now it's kind of on like a much steeper trajectory. And I've always said that when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I want to set up a Patreon that is a mixture of bookish content, so like Waypoint book stuff, and writing. So my YouTube content should basically stay the same, but it will be like additional stuff. So like short stories attached to books that I've already written, or behind the scenes on my writing process, or sneak peeks or anything like that, as well as if I have like a favorite book a month, sending that out to people. So depending on what tier it is, if it covers the cost of the book, sending that book out. So my thought is if someone's paying like £10 a month, every 3 months, I will send you a book. My favorite book from the last 3 months, I will send out to everyone in that tier, that kind of thing, which is fine because I have like a general idea of what I want to do. The closer I get to 1,000, and especially because it has been such a sharp incline, I only hit 700 like a month ago. I'm like, oh shit, I need to like actually come up with a plan now because it's a lot closer than it has been for a really long time. So it's like, it's exciting, but I'm also shitting myself.
I also debated setting up like a Patreon or something once I hit 1,000, but I am not on. I currently, or at least the last time I checked, you've been on an increase. I think I had more subscribers than you. God knows why, but I grow a lot slower than you are with your spike. So you'll hit it before I do.
I don't think you do grow slower than I do because I think you've always had more subscribers than me. We've always been on the same trajectory, but you've always had more subscribers than me. It's why I was so friggin' excited that you wanted to jump on the skullduggery thing, because I was like, I'm gonna ride Abby's clout.
Clout.
Lol.
Where has this clout come from?
Yes, I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. Okay, Emma, but that's just because people are starting to interact again. Like that's not. It won't stay that way. You will gain them again. Good for you. Yeah, that's. I mean, good for the dishes, not the sensory overload. Obviously, I hadn't got to that part of the sentence yet, and now I feel bad. Yeah. Well, this is the thing: is this November 11th will be my 3rd year, so I'm not expecting it to happen like overnight by any stretch. But if this trajectory maintains, I will probably hit 1,000 by my birthday in Feb.
This is my 4th year. When I get around to middle of next year, it'll be my 5th year.
I'm such a new guy. Like I haven't channeled like for a few months, not even a year.
So,
but your content's a lot more aesthetically pleasing than mine.
Yeah, like everything you do is so aesthetic. Like I'm just a mess. I think people subscribe to me because they feel like better when they watch my content because they're not as I am.
Ride that wave. But Lizzie's growing too. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Not very fast.
Too slow. Like it doesn't matter, but you are growing too slow.
You'll get there.
I haven't been posting consistently like this month. Like this month, my whole then like my mental health has been a mess and life shit has happened. So I'm not beating myself up about it, but like every time I post, I'm like, am I going to gain subscribers today or lose them? Like it's always the little voice. I'm like, I'm probably gonna lose 1 or 2 or 5, but that's okay. Because then when I earn them back, I'm like, yes.
Also, like, it's really important to actually enjoy the content that you make. Like, you've been making a lot more vlogs, which take longer to film. Like, you're not going to be able to upload loads a week if you're recording when you read stuff. So that's fine. What I find really bizarre is a lot of the things that I make that I enjoy, I'm like, oh, no one's going to give a shit about this. But it's fine because I enjoy it. And then other content that I will spend ages on, no one even sees. Like, I don't know if it's just like YouTube or just like viewership in general. Like the Fat Bridesmaid thing, I was like, I'm making this because I want to make this content. And it didn't get a lot of views initially, but it has a lot more comments on it than any other content I make. My Racing Stacks TBR gets views every single time. Like,
well, it's really weird because normally my Fairy Loot unboxings get loads and loads of views, but my Fairy Loot for September was so late that I think when I posted my unboxing, people had already been watching all of the unboxings. Like normally my unboxings get between like 80 and like 105 views, like something along there, which is good for me. But like my yeah, I know, but that's just like how I've been like measuring it. Because like my normal videos get like max 45 views, like normal stuff. But like my Fairy Loot this month's got like I think 8 views, and I'm like, wow, I was really behind when I posted that.
I have just had an idea for content that you can use for your unboxings, but you would be doing it slightly differently. And honestly, out of the 4 of us, I feel like only you and Abby would be able to do this because you read so quickly. So I'm going to drop it in the private chat rather than say it out loud so I don't go giving all those helpful nuggets away. But you guys get to see it.
I may also steal it. I know it's intended for Lizzie, but I might steal it too.
I mean, I think you do something similar already, which is kind of what made me think about it.
I think it could be interesting though, because do you get Goldsboro, Abby?
Goldsboro and Illumicrate, yeah.
Because I get Fairy Loot, so it would be different unboxings anyway.
True, very true. And then we can make a playlist with
both
our
of us.
videos in.
Yeah,
and then everyone gets all the book boxes. Mwah, perfection.
Yes, excellent. Also, I really appreciate the person who just subscribed to me because now I'm 165 and I feel very proud of myself.
Aww. She does fantastic content, just saying, just FYI.
When I make it.
That is the friendship we need, yes.
Yeah, just get waypoint now. Yeah. It's making the time to edit. Hey, bud.
I mean, it would actually get me to. This would get me to actually, read the book.
See, I just do that to myself anyway. Because I don't know if Fairy Loot does the same thing as Illumicrate with the reading, like buddy reading thing on Discord. So when I first got my first ever Illumicrate, it was my first ever book box. So I was like, oh yeah, that'd be really fun. It means I won't leave it for ages. And then I just kind of carried it on. And then so when I got into Goldsboro, I was like, well, I might as well. And that's how I ended up reading those massive books in the same month.
Well, I haven't. That's what I lost. Sorry. I haven't read like many of my Fairy Loot books, but I've just subscribed to like a brand new book box, Twisted Retreat. It's a horror book box. It's from America, so it's really expensive. So I don't think I'm going to end up buying any more. Like for 1 month, it's cost me like 75 quid, including shipping. Like, I'm getting like a full box. The actual book only, but it's hell of a lot cheaper. If anything, I would drop down.
I'm half Scottish. I'm dying. How much?
I know. No, it hurt me, but I was like, I need to know what they're about. So I ordered the full box for 1 month only. So I might just drop down to the book only if the book is like worth it.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh my god, a book box just doing horror books? Love that. Yes, please. Here for it. So yeah, no, that could be interesting to try out for that box. I like the idea though.
Yeah.
Get me reading my book box books.
Well, I just think because you can read so quickly, prioritizing them, like there's no way you wouldn't be able to do that like super quick. Also, I'm being really weird because Blue has decided he wants to be under the blanket. He wanted to sit behind me because clearly that's where the sofa's warmest. So I've now put the blanket on the sofa and he's like hamstered his way into like a little nook bit. But my fear is that he's got his back to the edge of the sofa. So if he keeps going, he's going to fall off. So I'm like, I'm trying to like encourage him to face the other way, but that's not happening. So
of course not. You're trying to tell a cat what to do.
I'm just trying to like, I don't even know if you can see that.
He's so damn cute. You're so cute.
Oh, I'm dying. I need a cat.
Right? Everyone does. I was literally saying to Lizzie yesterday, I was like, he's cute, he's adorable, he's not mine. I need one. I need one for myself.
We have a takeaway.
I'll get a cat and it won't give a shit about me. What was that?
Very true. We ordered a takeaway and we put in 8:15. Do they ever arrive on time? No, always early. Very weird.
Who does that?
Very weird. I know, it's like, it's great when we order it like ASAP and then it tends to arrive sooner than the projected time, but like when we've requested a time. So that's why the door's open. We've got a headset on, so one of us needs to hear the door. So if I just leg it, burgers are here.
That's fine. If you leg it, I will just put a sprint on.
I thought you were going to just say that you just removed me from the video.
I'll just tell you to fuck off, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. And Celine, you'll be happy to see that I've tabbed up Assassin's Apprentice. It's ready to go.
It's ready to go.
Once I get a little bit more into Mindwalker, then...
I have to pick up. I have the books because Hannah sent them to me. The next trilogy. So I need to start Ship of Magic because I proposed the trilogy on my book club, and one girl finished them all already, and I haven't even picked the first one up. So I'm like, I'm so bad. I suck at buddy reading at the moment. You really do suck. But I'm very excited about the next one.
And yet you give yourself so many buddy reads.
Yeah. I keep saying yes.
I don't know if that's me because it's pouring down with rain.
Gee, I'm so sorry.
That's really funny.
And it's doing it's the video that I'm so sorry.
Okay, so people are subscribing to me now, and I don't know. I'm feeling very self-conscious about it, but thank you guys.
Yes. Lizzie.
Twice for Tales is the book box company that Emma's mum runs, where they get secondhand boxes, like secondhand books, and then like snacks and things like that. So you get to get some pre-loved books, which is a really cool way to do it.
Also, I'm sorry, what is this world of mothers joining in with the bookish community? I don't even live with mine anymore, and she's been kicking off with the amount of books that I got for my birthday.
To answer that question, Emma, yes, I do. Let me just get it up for you, and I can tell you the books I sent you last year and this year because I am organized. Okay, so this year for subscription, for anyone who cares, there will be a theme to the ones that I've sent to Emma. Emma has some very specific interests, and I've really tried to cater to those. So we have The Amazing Mr. Blunden and the Ice Whisperers, Stranger Times and Love Me Not, Madwoman's Ball and the Golden Boys, The Circus Infinite, Unconquerable Sun, The Great Fox Illusion, Blood to Poison, The Last Fox, Wranglestone, Darkwood, Onyenka, Blackwater's Sister, The Murders of Madison May, and The Reluctant Vampire Queen and The Ladies of the Secret Circus are the books that I sent you this year. Can anyone guess what Emma's favourite subjects are? And then last year, let's see if I can find last year's one. Should be here somewhere. Here we go. I sent you Chilling Effect, Revenger, The Doors of Eden, In Their Shoes, Future Feeling, How to Save the World, Who is Maud Dixon, Artie and the Blue Gods, What Would Boudica Do, The Would-Be Queen, Do You Dream of Terror 2, The House at the End of Magic, Forever Ends on Friday, The Long Way to Small Angry Planet, White Fox, Train to Impossible Places, The Hourglass Factory, The Ninth Metal, Warlock Holmes, Happy Go Lucky, Far From Perfect, and A Memory Called Empire. Have you read any of them? Any at all? Hey.
I think some of them I've read.
The Long Way to the Small Angry Planet.
I DNF'd A Memory Called Empire.
Ooh, interesting. Why?
Thanks to
it felt like too highbrow sci-fi, and I just didn't enjoy it. That was like that's as far as that one goes. I was just like, I don't think I'm enjoying this, so I put it down.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I love this. Like, I'm trying to do one like Waypoint, but less good. Yeah, that's fair. Harley in the Sky is one of Emma's favorites. I've read Darkwood and the train one. I'm pretty sure you read a couple more of those, or at least you started more of those, because I've seen them on your Goodreads. So, anyway. Totally not into foxes, circus, and murder. Yeah, those are the key three.
Those are a good three, though, Emma. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you're talking my language.
To be fair, whenever I come to look for books for Emma, I do it the same way I do anything else. Is I start with research. I put into my distributor's little search bar circus, and then I put in fox, and I see if there are any new releases that I have not sent to Emma yet. And then if there are, I add them to the list. And I also try really hard to make sure that those ones are the surprise book. So the way Waypoint works is you get to choose between 3 books, and then if you have the full moon box, I send you a surprise book as well as one of those 3 that you've picked. So I try not to put the fox ones in the choices. So the choices I usually go for a murder mystery, a sci-fi, or middle grade, because like those I'm like almost 100% sure Emma will be like, 9 times out of 10 Emma will be like, this is really mean, I like all of these. And sometimes we'll say, okay, well, if you really like all of those, I'll send you 2 of those, and I just won't tell you which 2. Ali, from catastrophically reading, as she is now known, I don't have to send her the options. She doesn't want to know. She just wants me to send her books each month. Occasionally, she'll tell me a genre she's in the mood for. So occasionally, she'll be like, Hannah, this month, I want ghost stories. And I'm like, sweet, I'll do that. Or sometimes she's like, Hannah, I want a cozy romance. We can do that too. And then I will just send her 2 books. Because I kept sending her choices, and she kept getting angry at me because she doesn't like making choices.
I mean, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. I have been looking for rats as well, but it always comes up with the James Herbert Rats, which is the thriller horror with rats, and I'm just like, I don't feel like that's the vibe you're looking for. But yeah, when you fill out the form, you can say things that you don't want, so like books that you didn't like. And Emma told me that if I ever sent her a fae romance or fantasy, like with royalty, she'd never speak to me again. So, which is fair. But Twice Red Tales won't be as good because it'll be based on books we have in stock. Yeah, and I put that in book. So basically, what you're saying is when you're done with Waypoint books, then they go into Twice Red Tales. That's what you're saying. So basically, what you're saying is I'm doing your job for you. I see how it is.
I think I'm going to have to unhaul some books soon because I do not have any shelf space left.
I've been saying that to you for ages, but that's fine.
I know you have, but I'm staring.
A place, but that's me.
I'm staring at the reality, and I've got books literally everywhere.
I'm staring at the reality. I don't know why that tickled me so much, but it really did.
From my bed, there's quite a scary situation going on, you know?
It's sprint time. It's sprint time.
It is.
So, I'm going to finish Undivines.
How many pages you got left?
20.
Oh, and it's only 8 o'clock, Hannah. I'm proud of you.
Mm-hmm. I know. Insane. And to be fair, I said earlier that I was going to finish it before 8, and then I made us talk for like 40 minutes, so that didn't happen. But I will finish it before 10, and I'm so proud of myself.
The question is, do I jump off and finish editing the vlog that I should probably put up? Or do I just say fuck it and read and don't edit?
You actually want to edit?
Read.
Well, it's been sat on my computer now for 3 days, and I feel like if I don't do it,
that's not what I asked. Do you want to edit?
You don't.
No. So
not
read.
really.
It's 8 o'clock. You've got time later, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go now and eat. I don't know if I'll come back.
Are you coming back in 45 minutes?
I don't know because we're currently having an argument about whether we're watching House of Dragons or not.
Oh, I see how it is. Okay, fine.
I don't want to watch House of Dragons. Stop complaining. I'm on your side here.
You sounded pretty stressed when you did that. Are you still on my side?
No.
That's fair. Okay, well, I'll see everyone else in 45 minutes, and I guess, Abby, I'll see you at some point.
In the future.
Bye.
Future.
Oh, I guess we're reading. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So I managed 35 pages of Man Who Died Twice and finished the Divines.
Oh, you did good. Great.
It got 4 stars.
Which is good. Like it's a solid rating.
Solid 4 stars. I enjoyed it. It was intriguing. It was dark. It was sinister. The ending was fucking weird. Didn't really make any sense. It kind of just stopped. But that's fine.
Oh, that sounds weird.
How did you guys get on?
70 pages.
Nice.
And I'm on page 205. 70 pages. I'm loving it. It's really good. Well, it's really good. Yeah, for middle grade, it's really good.
That's cool.
I prefer that to Evelyn Jones.
I'm really excited to get to it because you keep saying that because I loved Evelyn. So
yeah,
interesting. How about you, Lizzie?
I read 115 pages.
Standard.
And I have 40 pages left.
Nice. I told you you'd finish it today.
It's ridiculous. Like a pie.
And how was your dinner, Abby?
Really quick. Sorry.
Really quick. No.
My dinner was lovely. I had cheeseburger and chips and cidre. And then I watched some NFL.
Nice.
To be fair, when I said that we were watching the football earlier, that was actual football and it was my football and he put it on. So it seemed only fair that I spent. It's still on. It's NFL, of course it is. But it seemed only fair that I watch some of his shoulder padded rugby with him.
Mm-hmm. Rugby with stabilizers.
Yay.
Sorry, Lizzie, what were you saying about your fast read?
Oh, it's just hit the finale. Like, you know how in the first one it very much hits a point about 100 pages before the end. This has done the exact same thing, and I feel really bad because I think the lead up, there was too much lead up. I feel like I wanted the reveals to come a little bit sooner, although there's one reveal that I'm waiting for that I've been thinking ever since I met this character. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to be confused.
That's fair.
And they'll have to message Amy being like, am I wrong to have got this vibe, or was that the point the whole time? Like, were they the red herring and I just fell for the red herring? Like, I will 100% have to message her about it.
Can I see the book spine? Okay, just because the front kind of looks like a VHS cover, so I was wondering if they were going to do the same with the spine. But
yeah,
I still can't believe
it says VHS on it.
Yeah, I still can't believe that that's published by UCLan Publishing. That's so weird to me. They started publishing in my last year of my undergrad, and one of my close friends, whose birthday it is today, was in the literature department at the time.
That's cool.
It's got a whole thing
She knew
about,
that I love books. Yeah.
and then it's got like a whole thing
The
about.
first book they ever published, it was called Cold Bath Street by a Prestonian. Preston is the city that the uni's in. By a Prestonian author who's moved to the US. And it's all about like Preston history, and the main character is called Preston. And Cold Bath Street is the name of the street that you have to go down to get to my uni building. Which was nothing related to the literature department. That was on the other side of campus, but so I'm pretty sure somewhere there's a photo of me and her at Cold Bath Street holding Cold Bath Street, the book.
George is here. Hello. I finished some raw cuts of my video, 37 minutes. Emma did not finish editing, but apparently the cough is hilarious, so we love that. Hello and welcome. Got 50 pages done from the last sprint. 55 pages, officially halfway through. Love that for you. 38 pages of Danimons that combines my favourite of the Wayward Children series. Now you got to choose a new book. Love that. Let us know what your options are. Emma has just sent me a voice note. Terrifying. Was it Jets versus Packers or Ravens versus Giants?
It's the 49ers.
Okay. And then
so none of the above.
Neither. And another voice note. 2 voice notes. Oh no, just 1 voice note. It's just it's the cough. She sent me the cough. Amazing. Right. I'll watch that in a bit. Only 6 pages left of your book. That's still good though.
Hey, we did that with me earlier. Reading my short book that also has very empty pages. As the GIF note keeps going out.
Well, as soon as I finish this one, Abby, I'm finally starting. Because I feel like I need to start it, or else I just never will. Yeah, I don't have the pretty one. I just...
She's got the standard.
Celine does.
But I also got this really cheap at Yelp, like on the last day.
I thought you had that one.
Wait, so
You have
He was looking at the photo I sent. That's what happened.
I have this book. I have the Gothtober edition. It's there. It's looking at me because I wanted to read it this fall, and it will not happen. So.
Which is sad because it's a fantastic book. And I will say, Lizzie, as well, when you get into it, you will go through it faster than you're expecting to.
Okay, but look, I've started those 2 books already, so like...
Not the best decision.
I cannot start another book that is like 800 pages long. Like literally. And also The Winners by Frederick Backman, which is also 7-something hundred pages. So yeah.
So for those of you who are not in my group chat, so everyone watching, I just sent a photo to everyone of Blue's paw. Lizzie's cat is under this blanket, which I can show you, but you can't see him, but he is that lump under the blanket. But he just has 1 paw in my jeans, just like clawed into my jeans.
He's done a classic thing where 1 foot is out of the blanket.
He has. But he's just, oh my god, you're so cute. But it's just like he's literally like holding on to me. And every time I try and like unpick him so that I can move, he just sinks his claws back into my leg.
You can never leave.
I love this. I feel like I'm stuck in Gothtober 2021. I'm reading Mexican Gothic. That's fair. Olivia from Olivia's Catastrophe has just finished it and really enjoyed it. So I hope you're enjoying it too. You got The Crow, Alone, and Nevernight. How are you getting on with J. Christoph, Lizzie?
I haven't read any more of Godsgrave. I just don't care.
See, we both really enjoyed Nevernight. I've read all 3. Lizzie is currently reading book 2 and just not having a good time with it.
Like, I specifically had to switch out to the audiobook, so it would make it easier for me to read, but I just don't care. The first one was so fantastic, and like I loved everything about it. Like, it was an assassin school, like, yeah, gimme. And now this one, I'm just like, I'm not a fan. I'm not enjoying it so much. But like, I will end up like finishing it and reading book 3. Like, I know I will. It's just book 2 just seems to be like second book syndrome, like hardcore.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
The peasants, you mean? Yeah. The peasants that don't have my WhatsApp number. Frederick Backman is probably best author for Home Frederick. That's cool.
I'm terrified to read anything by Backman. Because I will cry.
First post-injury, and yeah, that's fair. You don't have to take it in yet. Just enjoy, relax. But that's really exciting that you've had your first match post-injury. That's really exciting because Georgia was really struggling, and there was like loads of other stuff that went on with that injury that just perpetuated it, and it was very stressful. So I'm really pleased for you. I'm sad though. My phone is on 10%. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to finish another book. but I've got an hour left of that audiobook and my phone is going to die before I get there.
Oh.
Don't you have a charger downstairs?
No, my chargers are upstairs because I took it up to the office.
Oh.
Sadness.
But not cool enough for the group chat. Emma, you're in a group chat with me. You're just not in that group chat with me. But I can forward it to that group chat. It will make absolutely no sense to Ali, unless Ali is still about, or Molly. But you and
It's
Georgia,
a
who
cat.
are in that group
Oh,
chat.
like, that's always contextual. Also, the spider's back.
I hate that for you. A dead group chat. It's not a dead group chat. It's alive. I mean, you literally messaged like 2 days ago. We wish you a happy birthday.
Frida, I do like character-oriented stories. I just don't need my entire soul to be ripped out of my arsehole.
That will happen.
Yeah, that's why I'm not looking forward to Bachman. Like, not because I think it's going to be fantastic, but literally, we are planning to read a man called, I apologize to do that in advance. We're going to read a man called Ove, me and Caitlin from Manchester Rabbit. And we've been putting it off, not because of me, but Caitlin has said, no, your mental state isn't well enough for this just yet.
I cried so much.
So that's why I've not read any Bachman yet. It's because their friend is like, no, you cannot do this right now.
I have only read Beartown.
Just the first one?
Yeah, the first one in like the Winners trilogy or whatever. It's really good, but like the trigger warnings in that book specifically are immense. Like that's the only thing I would say. Like with any Bachman, just look up the trigger warnings or content warnings just to make sure that there isn't something that will trip you up. And like it is heavy for like sexual assault and men getting away with shit because they're men.
It's heavy on anything basically, and I don't trigger a lot, and I am even postponing the Winners because the anxiety just thinking about this book is causing me.
Well, I want to continue the Beartown, like I want to continue the next one, but like I remember when I read it, I think it was back in 2020, and I was like, holy shit, this is heavy.
It is really heavy, and it's not getting better in the second one, so. And I'm sensing it's not getting any better in the third one either.
No.
So I've saved this because I didn't want you to think that I had missed it or ignored it. Emma thinks that I won't share the name of the group chat that Ali from Catastrophically Reading, Emma Novella, Georgia, myself, and Molly are in. The name of that group chat has changed 100 times. But it is currently Power Tools for My Vagina, and that is a direct quote from Ali. And the photo, the photo is.
Do we want to know?
It's a power tool. It's literally just a power drill. It's a Bosch. It's a Bosch power drill.
Nice choice of Bosch. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm not above sharing stuff like that. I love coming up with stupid names for group chats. So that's literally my favorite thing.
Yes, she is a very good friend. No Bachman until ready.
Oh no, I think Bachman is fantastic. It is a very good book.
Yes, I'm expecting it to be fantastic, but I just don't currently want to have to deal with the trauma.
I will just say I am not surprised by anything Ali does anymore because I hear it all secondhand. I'm just not surprised.
No.
I'm like, oh yeah, Ali said this, and it could be literally anything, and I'd be like, yep, sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I've got to text back my mother.
Ugh, gross.
My dad's not texting. He needs to stop ignoring me. My dad keeps ignoring me.
That's just really rude.
That is rude.
Because he asked me what order he came to visit, and so we went yesterday. So I ended up discussing the Marvel MCU, and he's behind. So he was like, "Okay, what am I watching?" Because Mum was watching Strictly Come Dancing and Great British Bake Off, and Dad's like, "No." So he's watching Marvel. And so I was like, "Oh, let me know what you think of the episodes." And I said this at at 5 to 7. Well, unless he's watching the entire series back to back. Where's my message, Kevin?
It's an excellent point, well raised.
This reminds me of the time when my dad decided he wanted to delete his Facebook account. And so he did, but before he deleted his Facebook account, he made sure to unfriend me.
Brutal.
If you're ever wondering how I turned out like this.
Oh, we know why. We know. It's fine.
Thanks,
We know.
Kevin.
Anxious people. I always get confused between anxious people and normal people, because normal people is the one that's about serial killers, isn't it?
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think normal people is like,
really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the one where they're like a couple that end up like.
All I know is
I want to read it then.
the only thing I know is that the cover is a sardine packet
with people in it.
Yeah.
It tells the story of two deeply damaged people who develop an intense relationship.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that
Oh
one.
no, this is a romance, Hannah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a romance.
Yeah.
And there's, I don't know.
I have so many questions. I'm never going to read it because I feel like Sally Rooney is not for me.
That if Hannah is not mistaken, she's just given a fairly big plot twist.
Yeah, also. Mm-hmm.
Because, like, looking at this, the only thing that's even close is then, as she veers into self-destruction and he begins to search for meaning elsewhere, each must confront how far they are willing to go to save the other.
Whoops.
But I wanted to read it. Let's hope that we'll forget about that. You know,
I want to see if I can find a review that's got spoilers. I'm obviously not going to share the spoiler more than I already have.
I do want to read the book, just so you know. I just
Um,
plan on buying it and reading the book.
I just want to see if it's the one I'm thinking of.
That feels so odd because all I've heard about like normal people is that it's like really relatable and like that's why people loved it and like they really like, and now I'm now concerned.
Maybe it's not that one then. But I swear there's like something, it's like something people, and it's like that's what they do, is they fall in love and kill people.
I really don't think that's normal people. No, I'm not going to say anything. But I'm looking at like opening up all the spoilers on Goodreads. And I do not believe that they actively go together and murder people.
If someone can help me for the one that I'm confusing that with, because I could have sworn that was normal people.
Why is like anything like Colleen Hoover coming up?
Just write a book with that plot. One day I will. I feel like that's a very me book to write. Is like it reads like a romance, but actually they're straight up murdering people. Oh, shit. Sorry, cat.
That was fucking weird because I heard it bang before it came across on the internet, and I thought you just dropped something, but didn't see you moved if you dropped something.
Yeah, that's fair. That's how internet works. But I did write a short story once where a girl goes on a date with someone that she thinks could be a serial killer because she's dropped certain hints, and then she finds out that he's not a serial killer. He's really into like true crime podcasts. There's like she thinks they're gonna go on like a killing spree, and he's just like a nerd, basically.
Is it Verity you're thinking of?
Maybe.
True crime podcast. Can I just bring up? I cannot remember his name off the top of my head, but the Serial podcast, the very first ever season of it, the guy that they were covering in the case that they were covering, he has finally been released from jail after more than 20 years in jail and acquitted on the evidence that they found from the podcast.
That's exciting. And also
I've been meaning to carry on.
A certain favourite book of mine. So
I've been meaning to carry on with the podcast because they do like a different case each season. But I listened to the first season and then never carried it on. But yeah, he's just been released. Surprising no one, he is an American man who also happens to be an active Muslim. So no one's surprised that he was wrongly jailed. On a kiddie subject.
It is.
He's most upset because I just had the audacity to move. And the problem is like where I fidgeted so much, this sofa cushion is like the actual part of the back of the sofa is here. Sofa's here. I was like cat's butt. But he's trying to get warm. He wants to curl up on the sofa, but the sofa is now bending this way.
Is it that cold?
It's really chilly today.
We're having another heat wave, like in the south of France, and it's gonna get worse even next week. Like it was, you have Celsius as well in the UK. It was 31 yesterday, I think, or like something. It peaked at 31. Like we're in October. Chill the fuck out.
That's not normal.
For any Americans watching, or people from Myanmar, because I think those are the two territories that use Fahrenheit, that's about 88 degrees Fahrenheit.
So like,
thanks, Google.
No, just no.
For October? Yeah, what the hell?
Not unless you're in Australia, anyway.
Yeah, and
somewhere that's supposed to be that warm.
that's what I mean. Like that's not normal unless you're in like Australia or New Zealand.
Yeah.
But it's fine because in the next sprint, I'm gonna take my stuff back upstairs, curl up in bed, still fully dressed, obviously. Listen to my audiobook, and just get cozy.
So I'm gonna try to finish this book in the next sprint so that we can finish something. There's no way I'm going to bed without having finishing.
How many pages have you got?
110.
Okay.
Yeah, and 13.
113. So you've got like about 70 pages done per sprint. So in theory, that's 1 and a bit sprints.
I'm gonna try to do that in one.
Because I'm thinking if we do this as the last sprint, because then it will take us to about 10, and then I can go to bed for real.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, you happy to do that?
You've made me obsessed with trying to figure out what book you were trying to talk about when you said about Normal People.
We just lost.
I know it is something people.
I'm like, is it something by Colleen Hoover? Because I'm like, that seems like the shit she would write.
No, I've not read anything by Colleen Hoover. I've not read.
No, I know you haven't.
Standards.
And you no. I know Hannah wouldn't read Colleen Hoover, but from the description she gave me, all I could think of, yeah, Colleen Hoover would write something fucked up like that.
No, it is something people.
Someone's WhatsApp is going off.
Cool. Okay, in which case I will chuck on the ordinary. Oh no, maybe ordinary people.
Ordinary people?
Not ordinary monsters, but it might be ordinary people.
Wait, what is it about? Ordinary people. Oh, jeez. By Judith. By who? I have several options.
Me too. I've got one by Diana Evans and then one that I think you've got by Judith Guest.
Yeah, Guest. Oh, which one? Well, I'm clicking on the Judith Guest one so that I can check what it's about. You can click on the other one if you want to. Well, okay, my internet stopped. I don't know. No, I cannot check.
No, I don't think it's the one by Diana Evans.
Okay, wait, I'm on it. It's a classic contemporary psychology. What are they saying? It doesn't say anything about that.
No. No, I can't find it.
There are too many books with the word people in the
God
title.
damn it, Emma. If you actually go look at the comments, Emma was just pitching an idea. And here's us trying to find the book. Can you imagine if we'd found it?
Hilarious. It's not that random though, Emma, because they were talking about Ordinary Monsters earlier, so that was already Inception, which is why I think I got excited by the prospect that it could be that.
Maybe.
I'm now 9 subscribers away from 800.
Ooh.
It's not Beautiful People.
I'm giving up. I don't think I care enough, but it's going to annoy me. And like it will annoy me. But I can't find anything. I typed into Google serial killer romance with the word people in the title, and it gave me a list with no titles with the word people in it.
Mm-hmm.
It just came up with the mindfuck series, and I was like, "Well, it ain't that."
I love in the comments section, everyone is trying to put like random words in front of people to make it a title.
It doesn't work unless you're giving us the title of the actual book. Emma, stop it.
No, keep going, please. It's funny.
Have you read it, Hannah, or have you heard about it?
I started reading it, but I didn't commit to it.
When was it?
Now I'm wondering, because I think I read it as a NetGalley arc. I wonder if it was...
Because you're not going to look through your NetGalley.
Yeah, I will do, but I can't access it from my phone.
Sadness.
I know, devastating.
Which reminds me, I can. Haha.
That's really funny. Sorry. Emma's comment, very bad people by Kit Frick involves a dead mum.
Oh. Good to know.
Dark Academia, teen girls searching for answers about a yeah, well, it could be fun. While you are all searching for a title that probably doesn't exist, I'm going to read.
Okay,
I'm going to join you.
See how it is. I've got 3% battery, and I'm like, well, I kind of want to find it.
I want to finish this book before midnight, and it's like past 10 for me. So I'm going to finish this book.
You'll be fine. You can totally finish it. I believe in you.
Well, you're the only one. Thank you.
Correct. I don't believe in you.
Ooh, ruthless people. That's a good now.
Anyway, let's read.
I mean, it doesn't count until I turn the timer on anyway, so.
She can still finish it. She's not reading, though. Nice.
I mean, that could be correct.
Maybe.
Like how it's a mafia romance rather than a serial killer thing.
Celine,
you
just
have to let this go. You have to let it go. It's okay.
I was ready to, but then I saw that comment and I was like, well, now I need to check, Celine.
It's going to be just fine. Let it go.
No.
Oh, I have something to show you. It's completely unrelated, completely random, but it's also cool. I got a scarf from the Natural History Museum, and it's dinosaur fossils.
On it.
I love dinosaurs. It's so cute.
It's so pretty. I wanted to get something, and I was like, this is already like my style, you know, like very neutral colors. And like, I don't tend to wear scarves, but if I do, it would be this. I'm very happy. Very happy. Dinosaurs!
Okay. I love
that.
No,
the Other People by Tudor isn't about that. I've read it. Well, no, it's not. Like, no. It's fucked up, but not that kind of fucked up.
It is Ruthless People, but it is by Martin Noble. It was one of like the auto read ones. Here's the synopsis on Goodreads.
Meet the ruthless people. Sam Stone is a loathsome businessman who's delighted when his wife is kidnapped. He was planning her murder anyway. Barbara Stone, a spoiled heiress whose obnoxious behavior makes her captors consider paying Sam to take her back. Ken and Sandy, the kidnappers. Their problem is whether they can keep their prisoner in luxury in which she's accustomed. And Carol, Sam's mistress. Oh, my phone's just died. But yeah, it's that one.
There's 3 ratings, 0 reviews, but it's got 4.33 stars.
Yeah, I gave it 1 star on NetGalley. Did not enjoy. Okay. Yes, thank you, because we'd have spent all fucking day doing that.
Celine thanks you from the bottom of her heart.
I just really enjoyed it. Cool. Good to know. Great.
Well, I mean, if you gave the book 5 stars, I would have been interested. But like you said, 1 star.
No, it was not good.
Literally do not care.
It was not good. It was one of those books where I read it and I was like, I'm really annoyed because I feel like I could have made this premise better, but now you've taken the premise and ruined it.
See, that is already a scathing review, but it's when someone who can't write, like me, thinks that they can write something better, and that's when you know you've written a bad book. Air Awakens, awful. I read it recently.
I quite enjoyed that book. It was just what I needed at the time. It was just enough trash for me.
At least you can admit it's trash.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Don't get me wrong. It is trash of the highest degree. Like, it's really bad. But it was just what I needed at the time, which was not have to use my brain at all while reading it. And I could work away doing all these complicated math stuff. And I just had this shit coming at me. And I was like, I love this. I
had the audiobook coming. I had the audiobook on at work. I had it as fast as I could get it to go. I was still at work angrily clicking my mouse as I'm clicking on these maps, thinking this is a waste of my goddamn time.
What was the book that you guys are talking about?
Air Awakens by Elise Covey. I can see why some people would like it. Okay? People who enjoy more romance-heavy books, people who like to read something that's very light, they don't like to kind of delve into like political sides or like the world building. Some people do like reading light books. That's what they're for. It's great for people like that. But you guys know my reading tastes, and dear fucking God.
Yeah, but that's why I don't understand why you're describing it like that and Lizzie's saying that she enjoyed it. Because I feel like if I was to say, hey, Lizzie, I've got this romance, I've got this fantasy, but it is heavily romance and the politics and stuff are really basic. I feel like Lizzie would be like, I'm sorry, have we met? No.
But also sometimes you just need entertaining trash.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. Like, fair enough if Lizzie read it and enjoyed it, but all I'm saying is like that's not something that I would ever associate with Lizzie.
So Audible had a sale going on, and I bought the entire series for like one token. And because Amanda had read it and she really enjoyed it, so then I read it, and there was a little bit too much smut, and it was not well written smut either. So, like, that's the only thing I didn't enjoy so much. Whenever he got his dick out, I was like, please put it away. But otherwise, it was a fun series. There are so little stakes, so low stakes. It's unbelievable.
How dare you, Georgia? How dare you sully the name of sorbet?
Sorbet. No, I'm with that. I think fantasy romance to me is such a great palate cleanser.
I just can't get into it. It just makes me so irrationally angry.
The quote just there about Georgia, I need that on a mug. Just saying.
Yeah. Trash fan right?
Hi, I'm demisexual. Had anyone guessed?
I mean, join the club.
Hi, I'm demi-pansexual. Have we guessed?
Then why do you read romance?
Because it's not always about that. Sometimes it's just about the entertainment of it. I mean, I'm not looking to become a politician, but I'll read a fantasy based in politics.
But like, if it is literally just two people fucking, then I can read that. But if it's two people having a very poorly written relationship, then I'm not down for it.
Well, I'm not down to read any romance at the moment, so.
But you both really enjoyed my romance, so I guess that's a real kick in the teeth.
You don't understand how conflicted I was in my brain. I was like, I'm gonna have to read this.
No, I do, because everyone I know has read it and then told me I don't like romance, but this is quite good.
I'm sorry.
I had that more. Is it this? Is it this?
What have you done to him? Why is he holding on for dear life?
He's trying to escape. He's like, no.
Oh, they're judging me.
He's clever shy.
The way he pulled his arm back as if to be like, don't fucking look at me.
He's like, I'm not doing anything. Why are you filming me?
He's literally looking at me like, what the fuck is
Don't show me to the people.
It's really funny. So he keeps doing this thing, and it is my favorite thing that he does. Is like, you'll get comfy, and then he will tuck himself underneath you to make it look like you've just sat on top of him. So at the moment, like, I don't know if you guys could see that, but he is under my leg.
The way he's looking up at you, like, bitch, please.
So you keep moving things. I don't like it. Titanic cat. I jump, you jump. I don't like romance that isn't fluffy, but I read one Emily Henry book once, and it was a good palate cleanser. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, the amuse bouche.
You call that a sorbet?
The ice dish thing, not like I think it depends on what you're serving, but there is always that one little like palate cleanser dish.
For me, sorbet is an ice cream.
So sorbet's ice. It hasn't got any cream in it, so it will be like a juice and
yes,
ice.
It's
yes, but it's an ice cream.
In France,
it's in the ice cream parlor.
Yeah.
Sorbet is a type of ice cream. I would say, like just with that.
You can get get really simple savory ones. That if you do eat somewhere real fancy, between the third and fourth course, usually you will get a little dish, and it's literally like this big, and it's usually got like a mint flavor or something, but it's usually like a savory sorbet.